Get about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome into a new week of The Next Round. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown. Dunaway on vacation this week. Thankfully, back to health. He was here Friday. I assume feeling great. Rockstar, did you check his temperature?
He wouldn't let me do it.
He wouldn't?
I have a special.
You get that rectal thermometer still, don't you?
That is the. I don't care what you say. That is the best way to get it.
It's the most accurate, right?
So you make fun of him as much as you want.
He was shaky early. About an hour in, he's like, I feel a lot better now.
Good. I'm glad to hear that, man, because I've known a lot of people that have whatever COVID remix we're on right now, and it's taken him a little bit to get over it. So I'm glad he's doing all right. He's on vacation, though. Not sick again, as far as I know, but on vacation. So he will be back with us Friday, right? He's back in studio Friday. Everybody's moving schedules has me thrown off. Friday.
Yeah, I think I'm out Friday.
Yeah, I thought you were.
Yeah, and then I think we're all, I know this, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, we're going to be at the Floribama.
That's right. Our live shows at the Floribama are less than a week away now. We'll do a specialty show Sunday, time to be announced. Honestly, Rockstar, and I know this comes as a huge surprise to you, the one thing that is holding us up on announcing a time, golf, Sunday morning.
Yeah, you got.
Well, I mean, priorities.
Yeah, it's priorities.
Priorities.
I'm not going if I can't play golf. Can we talk about? Did you might see the post that Dunaway put on Facebook.
I mean, we haven't even started the show yet. I'm not even into the show with the breaking news. We have breaking news.
We do have breaking news in the NFL. I guess it broke about an hour ago, or a couple of hours ago.
But I have not seen this. What did he?
Can I tell you the words of it?
Yeah, fire away.
I'm guessing it's.
See, I miss all this because I've never been on Facebook.
I'm sure he put it on Twitter too. This is where I'm. So it's a picture of him and Maggie kissing on a boat.
Okay, their anniversary was yesterday, I believe.
So just a happy anniversary, babe. I love the laughter and forgiveness. I love the encouragement and the caring. I love the redacted.
Well, I think you know what redacted
That
is.
and your homemade ice cream are the best I've ever had. Beach time.
Oh, I'd like to try Maggie's homemade ice cream. I love homemade ice cream.
I love the redacted. What is redacted?
Rockstar, come on. I mean, you're playing a character here. You know what redacted is. There's no reason to be. They're married. They're a married couple. Why be ashamed of it?
Then why redact it?
Well, because you probably just don't want to throw it out there.
I agree with Hen over there in the chat room. Cringe.
So I just saw that last night. I thought that was interesting.
No, but I think they got down to the coast, and I think we're all going to be down there.
Absolutely. So coming up next week, next Monday, this show next Monday will be live at the Floribama. Rockstar, your level of excitement about being back here in studio for a show at the Floribama.
That's more exciting than media days. There's more going on at the Floribama.
Well, there is. And, the man on the street, I had some interesting interviews at Def Leppard and Motley Crue a couple of weeks ago in Nashville. And I saw you did some. I just saw it this morning. It popped up. I guess you were at Barron's game?
Yeah, it's when we did the seventh inning stretch.
Now, how long has that been up? This is the first time I had seen it, too.
Laurel just said she just released it.
Okay, just released.
Yeah.
It was really good.
We had a bunch of pictures of some celebrities and maybe a couple show members.
Oh, I saw that. I love the one you used me with a scarf.
That was really good. I love it.
And some people nailed the Jimmy Dunaway. Some person said, what did he say, like Joe Shopper or something like that?
No, what girl said Elton John?
Yeah, that Elton John.
Yeah.
So that was fun.
So that's a week from today. Rockstar is here, Lunsford is here, Forrester and Dunaway on vacation, Taylor Corn handling all of our social media. You can hit us up there at Next Round Live, at Ryan Brown Live, the Lance Taylor, Jim Dunaway, Rockstar BHM. You hear them all as we go to break. Where you can find us on Twitter. Thank you for joining us wherever you're joining us. If you're on YouTube, while you're there, hit that subscribe button. Hammer that thumbs up. That thumbs up helps us too. So make sure you do that and set those alerts so you know when we're on.
Because we got the Barkley last call sitting out there.
Yeah, that's right. We got to get 10 grand.
Yeah, no, I think we're waiting for 8,500.
Oh, my apologies. 8,500.
Yeah, I think we're getting close, though.
Okay.
I think we're really close, and that video is ready to go. And according to Forrester, I was in the heat of, talking to Barkley and in the conversation. So after the fact, you don't know whether it's a good interview or not, but Forrester says really good.
Good. I look forward to it. Charles made a decision while I was gone. I'm assuming you all talked about it Friday to stick with TNT and not go to the Live. So, some life news for Charles.
I'm sure a little leverage. I'm sure he's going to get handsomely paid from TNT. Not that he wasn't before.
Yeah, but it'll be more handsome, and he deserves every dime of it. He's earned every single dime of it. All right, so the breaking news, by the way, we are now 26 days into college football. That week 0 game, and then the next week after that, you got 31 days till UAB plays on that Thursday night. We got some good Thursday night football. 33 days until Alabama and Auburn and the SEC and the rest of college football kick things off. But NFL news to start the show on the week the NFL starts the exhibition season, Lance. Thursday night, Jacksonville and the Raiders play on NBC in the Hall of Fame game. And today, the story breaks from Adam Schefter of ESPN that Deshaun Watson, the much-anticipated suspension is going to be 6 games for Watson. So here's what he misses real quick. At Carolina, the Jets, Pittsburgh, at Atlanta, the Chargers, and New England. That's who he misses for the Browns.
I think with Jacoby Brissett, you can go 4-2.
That Carolina game is so interesting because of Baker Mayfield, obviously. He's going to be starting for the Panthers and playing his old team, so there's a huge storyline in that. But you think 4-2, really, huh?
I do. I mean, that's...
What would it be with Deshaun Watson? 5-1? 4-2?
5-1.
Yeah, maybe the same record even. Maybe 4-2.
Maybe even 6-0. Again, I like this Cleveland roster, and when you add an elite quarterback like Deshaun Watson, this takes them to the next level. We saw him get to a divisional game, one-possession game against Kansas City, who ultimately went on to the Super Bowl that year. I think this Cleveland team can be really good this year, but he's not eligible to return until October 23rd against Baltimore. His camp believes 6 games is too much. I think the other side thinks that he should have gotten a year.
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, the whole situation is weird to me. I didn't know where this thing would land.
Yeah, it's completely a bizarre situation, really uncharted territory. But he settled some more cases overnight, so a lot of people were thinking that was the sign something was about to come down today, and it did, in fact.
Well, I was thinking for Sue L. Robinson, the disciplinary officer that actually handed down these 6 games, what a crap job that she's got, because you really can't get this thing right. But I thought the easiest thing when I read more into this, one of her other decisions states Watson must get all of his massage therapy from club therapists.
So
that seems simple, doesn't it?
So we had one NFL.
That's the one that hurts the most.
Yeah.
Damn it.
We had one NFL contract last week that basically said
you got to study film for 4 hours.
You got to do your homework, or you're not going to get paid. And now we've got an NFL settlement saying you can only get your massages with the team masseuse.
Yeah, you've had 25 accusations, 25 different women, but we're going to make you. You got to stay in the house on this now. Guy likes his massages.
Do you think? I mean, they can't do this, right? They can't say only male massages. Like his issue was with the female masseuse, so only a male masseuse.
Nah, not in today's world. I don't think.
You don't think you can do that?
Mm-mm.
Do you ever get a massage from a man?
I have. I think I've had one from a guy.
Yeah. Do you normally like given the choice?
Yeah, normally given the choice.
Let me ask it this way. If you go to the greatest massage place in the world, and you say, man, I am in need of the best massage ever. And they're like, well, by far and away, our best masseuse is Fred over there.
I'd let Fred rub on me.
By far and away, Fred is our best masseuse.
LT.
I love the show, man.
I try to zone out,
Yeah.
I've probably only had 10 massages. I'll tell you, I got into it a little bit during the pandemic because a friend of ours, him and his wife would have this one girl. She actually would come to your house,
right,
and do the massage.
Yeah,
and it was awesome. And I just after the pandemic kind of got away from it.
Yeah,
but I've only had 10, 15 in my life.
Yeah, I've had a few. I
like them, and they're great.
Yeah, I've had a few. I did something this weekend I've never done. It's going to come up with my best and worst of the weekend, though. And it's funnel
the beer.
I did not funnel the beer, and it is
redacted.
It is not redacted at all. It's part of my best and worst of the weekend, which we'll get to in the next segment. So that's coming up. But anyway, the Deshaun Watson settlement has hit. He's going to get 6 games, and then we'll be back with the Browns. If they are 4-2, Lance, if you're right, if Jacoby Brissett can navigate them to 4-2, this is easily a playoff contender, and if not a division winner, once Deshaun Watson gets back.
Well, just their ability to run the football. I mean, one of the best in the league, and also Baltimore right there in the division. A lot of that is Lamar Jackson. But Nick Chubb has turned into a superstar. And now you add Amari Cooper to this roster.
Yeah. You really like this team.
I do, yeah.
I mean, do you, in that division, let's just assume Deshaun Watson were playing all 17. In that division, would you like them or the Ravens?
Ravens.
And notice I just left the Bengals out, who are in the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl, yeah.
But I knew you liked the Ravens more than the Bengals.
Yeah, I think it's Ravens, Browns, Bengals, and then
Steelers. Yeah, weird spot for the Steelers to be in.
It really is. It's a tough division.
Yeah, it is a tough division. But if Watson were playing the full 17, you think they could contend for that division?
Yeah, I
with the
think
Ravens?
they could win 12 games.
Yeah.
And you think about it. I mean, he was consistently getting Houston to the playoffs with not nearly the roster the Browns have.
Yeah. Wow. It's a smaller – I thought it was going to be a full season, so it's a smaller suspension than I expected.
I just wonder – now 23 of the 24 lawsuits have been settled from Deshaun Watson.
Boy,
Does he have any money left?
I don't know. He's about to get paid a ton because he's going to be the highest paid at his position. It's a massive contract he's about to get.
Obviously, where there's smoke, there's fire, right?
Right.
I don't know exactly what he did. Sue Robinson said there was nothing violent of nature. It was egregious, though.
Boy, if you're that one lawsuit that hasn't settled, what's your situation right now?
I don't know.
Now he's got my point is now he's got a suspension. So, I mean, I'm sure he wants to settle with you, but he knows now how much he's sitting out.
Yeah, why does he have to settle?
Yeah, why settle for a big amount now?
Yeah.
I really don't want you doing interviews about me, so I'm going to give you something with an NDA. But I'm not going to give you the multi-million dollars you thought you were going to get when you were standing in the way of me playing NFL football. Because now I've got my suspension. I know how much football I can play. But he may be broke. I don't know.
Yeah.
It won't be for long.
Do you think 6 games is the right number?
I don't know. I don't know all the details on this. I mean, do you?
No.
I know what's been reported.
And that's the thing. I mean, it's so, as you said, bizarre that you've got 25 different women alleging something went wrong or went down. and you've already settled with 23 of these women, and now you've got 6-game suspension. I mean, obviously there was something there.
Yeah, I mean, there was something there, but I don't know all the details, so it's hard for me. There will be a lot of people today that will hot take this on both sides. Too much, not enough, whatever. But most of those people don't know the details that are involved in this, so it's really hard to make any sort of judgment without knowing that. It's really hard. So I don't know. I mean, this the person that had the access to all the information they got access to said 6 games.
Well, I will tell you, his attorney is smart and creative. And we talked about this when he signed his deal. You know, his base salary this year was a little over $1 million. They back-ended everything because they knew this was coming.
That's right.
So missing 6 of his, he's getting $57,500 per game. And so he's going to lose $345,000, which is a drop in the bucket compared to what quarterbacks are making.
Compared to what if this 6-game suspension came 2 years from now, how much that would cost him, right? This is a drop in the bucket compared to that.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Aaron Rodgers right now is making a little over $2.5 million a game, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, do 6 games of that. That one's going to hurt. Who might be the most upset about this suspension in 1 second? But first, Nichols Outfitters is really excited to announce the opening of their brand new fishing department. If you have not been by the store in a while, you absolutely have to go check out this. All the brands you love, Duckett Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, 6 Sense Fishing. It's all you've been asking for now in the new fishing department of Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham. If you are Calvin Ridley today, Lance, how upset are you at this? Calvin Ridley, who is indefinitely suspended now for placing what were described as very small wagers on NFL games.
Small parlays.
Yeah.
Again, this is what's going to get compared to this. And you're going to have a lot of groups out there that are saying that this is way not enough for Deshaun Watson. And the NFL, I mean, I know it's case by case. I just don't know how you get this stuff right. Yeah. This is the difficulty of the off-the-field stuff that goes down for the NFL. Because all this stuff is unprecedented. We've never seen 25 allegations from massage therapists. We've never seen a player randomly do online parlays under his name.
Yep. This is $1,500 worth of bets that has Calvin Ridley suspended indefinitely.
Could be the entire year.
Yeah, it could be the entire year. And the other side of this is what Deshaun Watson very publicly has been accused of. He gets 6 games. And again, the NFL, this is a little bit like the Pete Rose situation, where there have been far more egregious things since Pete Rose got suspended for gambling. But baseball has got a strong stance on gambling, as does the NFL. It's just wild to think about these two things are coinciding in the same universe. That Calvin Ridley is indefinitely suspended for $1,500 worth of bets, while Deshaun Watson has almost 30 women claiming some sort of weird deal in a massage, and he's going to be suspended 6 games.
Yeah.
I mean, those just don't seem to add up.
You know, they worry about the integrity of the game when it comes to gambling. I got it back in the day. Again, in today's game, with the money these guys are making, I don't think you have to worry about the integrity of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's going to be a fixed game based on a player betting on or against his team.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Boy, there was a lot of reaction to this in the chat room. Philip, I think, was saying he thought, well, basically the Deshaun Watson suspension is going to end up being 22 games because he didn't play last year. Now, that's not going to be the legal suspension. I guess it would really be, that was a 17-game season, not a 16-game season. Do your math on that. 23 games.
I kind of look back to that, and I wonder if Sue L. Robinson, if she didn't say this, or at least I haven't seen this in her statement, you know, part of this is time served, because he did miss an entire year because of this.
He did. Now, that was by his choice. He chose not to submit himself to the NFL until he could get all this squared away like he has done. It was probably the wise choice.
Well, I think it was probably a wink-wink deal.
Yeah.
I think it was both sides probably agreeing. I think it's best you sit this out.
That's right. So he was not suspended, but ultimately he will end up missing 23 games for this if this is what sticks. Kerry says, and I'd forgotten this story, Michael Kendricks got suspended 8 games for insider trading. Philip, Ridley gets a season for playing a parlay. We just mentioned that. I mean, it's pretty wild, man. It just doesn't seem all these things seem so arbitrary, doesn't it? It seems like one thing gets this, and then another thing that doesn't seem as serious gets more.
Yeah, Kerry
brought
this
arbitrary.
up. Yeah, Zeke Elliott gets 6 games, and it was one incident, and the girl officially redacted her statement.
Yeah. And he's getting 6 for 24 times those incidents.
Now,
It's
I
wild.
will say I think that was a domestic violence situation.
Yeah.
And they're going to treat that a little bit different because Sue Robinson did say there was no violence involved in any of these cases.
Right.
It was just, again, quote, unquote, egregious.
Goose says he thinks the last holdout is now in a better position. Maybe. You know how much you're going to miss for now. I can be the thorn in your side, or you could just settle and the number just went up. Maybe that is it, yeah. Or maybe, she starts saying, I am going to set fire to this whole thing.
I disagree with Luntz over there. As long as you're betting against yourself, I still don't see the problem with gambling. As long as you're betting on yourself, that's what you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You bet against yourself, that's when it looks a little shaky. That's why I never had a problem with Pete Rose. He was always betting on his team.
Yeah, but again, the rule said no betting. Yeah. So, it doesn't really matter if you're betting for, against, with, up, down, over, under. If the rule says don't do it, you can't do it and just say, well, yeah, but I did it this way. I mean, it's the rule. I'm sorry. We could take calls later. Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame or not, Rockstar?
I think, should he be on the Mount Rushmore of baseball players?
Mount Rushmore of baseball. Evan says, what is Alvin Kamara going to get if Watson gets 6 games? Again, all this is arbitrary. You can't make A plus B equals C in this situation. It's just not going to work that way. All right, Michelson, look ahead. Lance, we'll tell everybody what's coming up on the show today, courtesy of our friend, Dr. Mark Michelson, and his daughter, Dr. Jennifer Michelson.
Yes, make that call today, 969-8100. You have absolutely nothing to lose. To find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I had the 2200 vision. I wore the contacts for years, wasting money on those contacts and solutions. Went in, got the procedure done. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the call today, 969-8100. Make sure you ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Again, got nothing to lose. To find out if LASIK is right for you at Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, coming up on the show today, Daniel Jeremiah going to talk some NFL with us. Move the Sticks on Twitter, NFL Network, good friend of ours, also scouts the game. He is a former NFL scout, and he is the main draft analyst for the NFL Network. So we'll delve into some college players he's seen that he really, really, really likes. So we'll do that with DJ coming up in hour number 2. And in our final hour today, ESPN's Tom Luginbill. Always fun when he joins us. Is there a movie we need to get him to? Is there something big out that maybe he's seen that we could get him? He's a big superhero guy, Lunsford. I don't know.
Thor's out.
Thor.
Super Pets with Chris.
My little one wants to see that one. I guess I'm going to end up. I'll do our breakdown on that one.
Well, I do watch. I wonder if he's watching The Terminal List with Chris Pratt. I wonder if he has seen Gray Man with Chris Evans and Ryan Gosling.
Yeah. So we'll ask him. He always has some thoughts on that.
One of the most disturbing Netflix series last night. Have you seen The Most Hated Man on the Internet?
Oh, God, no. It's just the guy that revenge stuff, the revenge porn. Yeah.
I'd never heard anything about
Yeah.
it. I'd never heard it.
Yeah.
The guy should have a bullet in his head.
Yeah.
Definitely an island guy, Brown.
Right, okay.
But I ended up staying up way too late. School nights, I'm typically in bed at 9:30. I was up till 11 last night because I didn't realize it was only a 3-part series. So I watched the first one. I was like, I can squeeze this one in and get in bed by 10. And then I noticed, well, there's only one more episode left.
Oh, so I got to click on that.
So I watched all 3. I've binge watched the Most Hated Man on the Internet, and it was disturbing.
You got to be pretty hated to be the most hated man on the internet.
I understand why this guy was, though.
Okay. He earned every bit. He earned every bit of it.
Island.
Yeah. So when we return, your best and worst. You guys are filling up the chat room. We'll talk about Calvin Ridley, Mel Masseuse. Do you say masseuses?
No, I think they like to be called massage therapists.
A male massage therapist versus female massage therapist.
Back rubbers.
Back rubbers, Deshaun Watson, all those things right there in the chat room. We'll get to those. But give us your best and worst. You can do it a number of ways. At Next Round Live, shoot us a tweet or one of our personal Twitter accounts in the chat room, or give us a call. 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. Your best and worst of the weekend presented by Hemphill is next.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, it is time for the best and worst of the weekend. We do it every single Monday. You'd give us your best of the weekend, your worst of the weekend, and it is presented by Hemp Hill Services. When something is not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster has struck. You need to get to Adam and Chad and the group at Hemp Hill Services. It's the people we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right, always at a fair price. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 205-229-2090. Let's get a worst out of the way. A lot of people are going to make it their worst. The death of Bill Russell, one of the greats in any sport, not just basketball.
I mean, a guy, when you look at his just overall 13 seasons, well, go back to his San Francisco days. This is a guy that won back-to-back national championships at the University of San Francisco.
Yeah.
Then he goes to the NBA for 13 years and wins 11 titles in 13 years.
Yeah. 2
of which as a player coach. Bill Russell was considered, I think, by most before Michael Jordan as the greatest ever.
Yeah. I think – I think you're probably right about that. I think, Lance, if I heard this stat right last night from my boy Jeff Spiegel on ABC 3340, that in his lifetime in the NBA, college basketball, Olympics, wherever, he played, I think it was 30 elimination games. There were 30 elimination games.
I've not heard this this stat.
Yeah, lose or be done. 30 elimination games. He was 28-2. I mean, that's a killer instinct right there.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
28-2. Averaged 22 boards per game for his career.
How about he had 51 in one game?
51 rebounds in a single game.
He also won a gold medal at the 56 Olympics.
Yeah.
Where do you think the 56 Olympics were held?
The 56 Olympics, Rockstar, I'm going to say were held in...
Go ahead.
Paris, France.
I was going to go Rome.
I'll go South Africa.
I'll tell you right now.
Okay, look.
Oh, I thought you had it.
No, I don't. I was just asking what you guys thought. I mean, I just read that.
Yeah. Lance with the single finger hunting pack typing.
I know how to type, by the way. It's the only thing I learned in school. But
well, why do you do single finger? It takes forever.
Because I got to reach this way. It's
Australia.
Yep.
Sydney?
Melbourne,
Australia.
He dominated the Melbourne games, though.
Did help me remember this? I'd have to dig back to find the text. So we were visiting in our friend Charles Barkley's residence there in Atlanta, and he's got this awesome photo. He's got some photos on his wall, and some of them will surprise you. I don't mean like they're graphic or anything. I just mean some of the people that he thinks enough of that I've had Charles Barkley now, I've had a photo with this guy, so I'm going to put it on my wall, right? For Charles to think that, most people get a photo with Charles and put it on their wall. The one that stood out to you, though, was Charles. It was Charles, Kareem, Bill Russell.
Yep.
Charles, Kareem, Bill Russell, Dr. J, and Vince Carter, right? Was Vince Carter the fifth in there?
Maybe it was Vince, yeah.
Or was it Alonzo Mourning? I can't remember.
No, it was Alonzo.
It was
we had this story about
right.
Alonzo.
It was Zoe.
Yeah.
Okay, it was Zoe. All right, so those are the 5 people in the photo. And Lance asked a great question. He's like, Charles, rank the players in that photo. Were Charles in it?
Yep.
And Charles' first reaction is, I'm at best third. Which, I mean, Charles is a confident guy, right? And Charles is a great player, but even Charles recognizes.
Because he had Bill and Kareem. Or did he have Kareem 1 and Bill 2?
He said it was 1 and 2.
Yeah,
but
I think it was Kareem 1 and Bill 2.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, if you could remember if he went Bill Russell 1 or Kareem 1.
And then I think he went...
He went him and Dr. J third. He's like, you'll just have to determine who you think's better. But basically, we all know Zoe's fifth.
Yeah. But that was funny. Yeah, at best, I'm third.
Yeah. But, I mean, that was his respect for Bill Russell.
Yeah, I didn't realize that Bill Russell, back in 2011, he told the New York Times, and I read this morning, that he was an innovator. He started blocking shots, and nobody had ever seen blocked shots before in a game.
Yeah.
And his coach told him, hey, look, no good defensive player leaves his feet.
Wow. I mean, Bill Russell was just he was an icon, man.
He was, man. An activist, innovator, champion. And look, lived a good life. I mean, it's always sad when somebody passes because of the finality, but, 88 is a great run.
He had a great run. And
did I ever tell you about my encounter with Bill Russell?
You did not, but here's quickly what I was going to say, and I'd love to hear that story. One way you know a guy's an icon is anytime Bill Russell was at an NBA Finals, he would, A, sit on the front row. He was always front row on the court. And B, they showed him coming back from breaks. I mean, that means you're an icon.
Yeah.
When it's the NBA Finals and Bill Russell's here, so we're going to put him on camera, that was a sure sign you're an icon.
Well, to me, it's hard to rock a gray beard.
But, buddy, he did it well.
Yeah,
Didn't they also, somebody said, and we got Morgan Freeman here, like something like that.
No, get out of town.
Yeah.
Somebody confused Bill Russell and Morgan Freeman?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman, might be 6 feet, might be 6'4". Well, I don't know, but Bill Russell's 6'9".
Yeah, if they're sitting down, maybe you confuse those two. So give me your encounter with Bill Russell.
So, once a year we get, our representation gives us really good seats to Phillips to a Hawks game.
Right.
And underneath where you've got the club access where you can go have cocktails, whatever. Well, when I went underneath there into that I forgot, Sky Bar, whatever it was, Bill Russell was at the bar, just standing there.
Wow.
Yeah, and I just shook his hand.
Yeah.
And I didn't get a picture with him like a dumbass.
Yeah, I know.
I never do that because I feel like you're pushing them unless it's a certain situation.
Yeah. Firm handshake. I imagine he's got a good grip.
Yep. And seemed like a very nice guy. He was by himself, just standing by himself.
Really? So Bill Russell just randomly standing at a bar at a Hawks game.
Yep. And I don't even know if he had a drink.
Yeah.
And just got confirmed by Lunsford. It was George Stephanopoulos at Obama's second inauguration.
They called him Morgan Freeman?
Bill Russell for Morgan Freeman.
Wow.
Jeez.
That's a swing and a miss there.
Very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Ashley says, in addition to an incredible hoops career, he was a massive advocate for civil rights. Indeed, he was. Tripp says, Bill Russell, unlike some athletes today, actually stood for something and it had real consequences for his activism. Today's athletes just posture for likes on social media. Russell was a true activist.
It's dead on.
Yeah, it is dead on.
I mean, you risked your career.
Yep.
I mean, this is not like, going over the top and being dramatic. You risked your life back then.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Jay Price said the best stat I heard about Russell, he had 17 attempts at glory and accomplished it 14 times. 17 attempts to win a championship. I don't think he's confusing him with Morgan Freeman saying he was in glory. 17 attempts at a championship, won 14 of those.
Yeah.
I mean, he was just a winner. One of the greatest winners we've ever seen.
Yeah.
So the great Bill Russell passed away over the weekend.
Hey, back to Barkley real quick.
Yeah.
Bob is asking in the chat room.
I was about to read that, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So he said he'd love to know about Barkley's Saturday Night Live days, especially when Nirvana appeared. Do you guys cover that in the last call?
We randomly do because we start talking about Snoop Dogg, and then he brings up Nirvana and his encounter with those guys backstage at Saturday Night Live and what went down. So, again, in the last call with Redmont Vodka, the one-on-one Charles and I have, it's about 45 minutes. Again, Scott Forster, our videographer here, says it's really, really good. But for whatever reason, he threw it out there and said, we're not going to post it. It's not going live until 8,500 subscribers. And I don't know where we are right now. Are we close?
Yeah.
I really want to get this out today.
Yeah. I think hang on, I'll tell you right now. Look,
We're 150 away.
150 away, according to you or Lunsford?
Lunsford, I just make up a number.
You
We
just
are
make-
4,200 away.
I think we can get 150 by the time the show's over.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, if you want to watch that interview.
Yeah, and it's a good interview from what I am told. I was not there for it. I can't wait to see it because I had to bail as soon as the show was over that day, said my goodbyes to you and Charles and took off, and then you guys sat and talked for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, Barkley talks about, why he was drafted to a certain place that he didn't want to go. It's a really good story. He does talk about Saturday Night Live. He talks about Snoop Dogg.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even remember what all he talked about.
I'm going to give you my best and worst in a moment, and we'll get yours as well. We got some flowing in. We did want to give proper deference, though, to...
I've got a terrible worst, by the way.
Oh, no. Proper reverence to Bill Russell as he passed away. I know that'll be many of your worst. Johnston RV Center, right there, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. They give you exclusive lifetime warranties from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old. Check out those Cherokee Alpha Wolves. Payment as low as $275 a month with approved credit and 10% down. $329 a month, 10% down on that most popular Copels coach that they have. Payments start as low as $219 a month on some things they have with approved credit there. You'll need to see them for complete details. So for any budget, they got something. JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com. I want to do your awful worst first.
Mm-hmm.
Your awful worst is what?
So I was told by somebody close to Superior Grill that they were going to be closing. And I was told this about 6 months ago. December 31st was going to be the last day because that's when the lease ran out.
End of the year is what I had, the information I had always been working under until my wife sprung this news on me last night.
It slowly got out to a lot of people that Superior Grill was going to close. Nobody really knew the date. It was going to be 1,000% December 31st. So I see on Instagram yesterday, Superior Grill actually sends out a post that they're officially done. The doors are closed.
It's what my wife told me as we were driving back home yesterday. She saw it on social media. I was like, no, that's incorrect. They don't close until the end of the year. We got plenty of time.
Well, I knew it was official because they actually sent it from their account. So I reached out to Donnie Mitchell, a good friend for, 27 years. I've known the guy
great
since
guy. We love Donnie.
They opened in 1995, and he said, yeah, it's official. He got a text from the owner yesterday morning at 7:15 and said, it's done.
Wow. I mean, that is...
And nobody, including Donnie, knew this thing was going down.
Yeah. Well, they knew it was closing. They just didn't know it was closing yesterday.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's just sad because I was going there last night. I mean, you know, you
You
went a
ate
lot
there all the time.
but I was there 2 or 3 times a week.
Yeah, you led the league. I mean, I went some, but you were there more than anybody.
And it's just really, really sad. My kids called last night. You know, they were upset about it. Yeah, I might break down.
God, Lance, you just got emotional over Superior Grill closing.
I just, you know, I used to meet my old man there.
Oh.
Yeah, no, really. Yeah, Chuck and I used to meet there all the time. Just a lot of stuff transpired at Superior Grill. Most stuff probably debaucherous, not great.
Yep.
But just good memories for me. I mean, that's where I split my head open. I
do know that.
The only time I've ever been wheeled out on a gurney was from Superior Grill. True story.
You said so many good memories. I got my head split open there.
There was a very important moment in the life of this company before we ever really did anything, when this company was just a gleam in our eye. There was an extremely important moment, and the day it went down, Lance spread the word to us, and that was where we gathered for a little celebratory cocktail and meal.
We did.
I remember that, sitting at a table a high top right there in the bar.
You know, people ask me the craziest thing that I've ever seen. I didn't see myself fall. I'm sure for that Friday night crowd, it was completely packed out. That was, for some, probably the craziest thing they ever saw at Superior Grill. But I'll never forget, after Talladega one time, I was there on a Sunday afternoon, and they had to get, this dude had just become really loud, obnoxious, and so they were getting him out, a couple of their workers. Hey, you got to leave. And so, of course, the guy didn't want to leave. And when he leaves, he decides to walk back on that sidewalk in the front window, and he punches the window. And there's a family sitting there. So all this glass comes onto the table.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when he does that, he cuts an artery in his arm.
Oh, geez.
It's like a fountain of blood is coming out. They have to tourniquet him off. He almost dies in the parking lot. I
So
swear.
many good memories.
The guy's laid out in the parking lot. They had to put a tourniquet
He
on
thought
him.
it was such a good idea to punch this window where this poor family's having a Sunday early evening dinner. Glass goes all over their table, and then he just, like a fountain, just blood, just... I'd never seen anything like that. It was like a shark had bit me.
I've told this story numerous times on the air, but Rockstar, one of the most awkward moments of my life. Jennifer and I were on a date night at Superior Grill, and we're in one of those, all the way back in the back, one of those of the main dining room, one of those booths. You know, there's that little section back in the back.
We used to like to sit back there.
Yeah, I love sitting back there.
And I since moved up to the new booths in the bar. I sit there all the time.
Yes.
Right? You sit there all the
Used
time.
to, yeah. So we're in the booth in the back, and there's only one booth behind us, and it's this couple that apparently are going through a divorce, or had been divorced. I'm not sure, but do you know what they were arguing about? See if you can remember me telling.
Can't
that
believe
story.
you ordered fajitas.
No, I
Nope.
remember you
Nope.
telling this story about tickets.
Which Alabama tickets each one of them getting?
Oh my God.
They apparently had shared season tickets. It's,
Hey, there's love and then there's love.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, so, and I am not making this up. Like, my wife and I are both like, are we being punked here? I mean, is this really happening? Like, it's a fairly loud argument, and that's a loud venue, right? But basically, he's saying, if you think I'm taking Arkansas and Mississippi State and not getting homecoming, you're crazy. Now, I know you've got the Iron Bowl, but I am not just taking and she's like, well, I've got the Iron Bowl, and you know so-and-so's in town, so I am going to the Ole Miss game. I mean, they argued all dinner about which tickets each one of them were getting. Now, like, the Iron Bowl wasn't up for argument, so it must have been pre-established.
Yeah.
That's going to rotate, but we're going to argue over the rest of them. I mean, it was wild.
But, you know, I've seen Brett Favre in there, Charles Barkley a lot. It was just, you know, for 27 years, since 1995, I had been going there. I don't
Truly
think
an institution.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, Phil Barbary, the guy that owns it, you know, I think Phil's in his early 70s now. He's got plenty of money. He's got the original in Shreveport. He's got the steakhouse in Shreveport. He's got one in Baton Rouge, one in New Orleans. And Leighton called me last night. She was like, I'm never going to get to eat there again. I said, we'll go to New Orleans.
Road trip.
We'll eat at Superior Grill.
So
But I think he tapped out because everybody's like, why would you not open a Superior Grill in Birmingham again? Because it's such an iconic place. I just don't think he really wants to deal with it because he's in Louisiana.
So if we won the lottery, one of the first purchases you would be was to save Superior
Yeah, Lance would.
with your share?
I would try.
Okay.
I would try.
I think you'd have the money to.
Do you, like, if they, and I thought about this because there were rumors of that organization opening another Mexican institution just a little bit down the road there. If they went down to that place, and they've got plenty of land down there, and they built just a new version of that Superior Grill, like we're just going to copy it and it's all going to be new, do you think it would work?
It would work, yeah.
Or is the appeal the fact that it's just been there and it's kind of old? And
I think the brand is so good and so established, I think it would work most locations around Birmingham.
Yeah. Well, that's not happening, unfortunately, but that had been a rumor for a little bit.
Yeah, you know, one of the, another funny story, I remember Scott, one of their old bartenders, and I went through a million bartenders there. But Scott, I was sitting at the bar by myself one time, and this guy comes and sits down next to me, and he's got a sleeveless shirt on. And Scott had one of those really dry senses of humor.
Yeah.
And he told the guy, he's like, I can't serve you. And the guy's like, why? And he was like, because you don't have sleeves on. And I started laughing. And Scott pointed to the door, and I had never noticed this before, but if you even go by the old haunts of Superior Grill now, and it's empty, it'll still, it'll still say this on the door. It's it's painted.
Right.
No sleeves, no service.
That's right. Yep.
So the guy had to get up and leave.
Actually had to back it up. You got no sleeves on. Sorry. Can't serve you. And that's just for men, right? The ladies, they can show off the guns.
The best part about when I have told this before, when I split my skull open, Bethany had that intuition, my ex-wife. We had a date night that night, and she was like, something's gone wrong. So she went to Superior Grill, and the bartender then, what was his name?
Well, you split your skull open. I don't expect you to remember it.
Yeah, it started with a T. Anyway, He said they have taken him to Brookwood Hospital, but his tab is $66.
Norm.
And Donnie was so pissed because Donnie was like, man, I was just afraid you were going to sue us. And he's making you pay the tab.
The tab, $66. All right, so pour one out for Superior Grill, closing way earlier than we ever thought it would. A lot of you have comments on it. We'll get to those and more best and worst of the weekend next on the next round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello folks, my name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
All right, we continue on The Next Round. Daniel Jeremiah coming up in a little more than half an hour. We'll talk some NFL and college with DJ.
Hey, I got an idea.
All right.
On the fly. Should I try to get Donnie up here?
Yeah. Why not?
I mean, the final hour, we could just have an Ask You Anything with Donnie.
Yeah, old Superior stories. I mean, some of the stuff people are sending in, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, get Donnie to come up here.
Yeah, I'm going to text
He's a good
him right
dude,
now.
man. I'd love to have Donnie up here. Bob says Superior Grill equals legend. Chris says, I know it was packed out Saturday night. Yeah, business was not the issue. I mean, I don't think business had slipped.
No.
Jay Price asked if they ever said why it was closing. Maybe we can get to that.
I don't know how much he can get into it.
Yeah.
I hope. I mean, I'd love to.
Yeah.
I'm seeing right now if he can be fully transparent on this.
Tommy says if you're willing to deal with 280 Lady, that's an old Wimp and Sonny, 280 Lady. Superior was a hot spot. Oh, Bob says buffet back in the day. The buffet got out of hand.
The buffet was nuts.
It was nuts.
So they had a free buffet, and it went from 4 until 6 o'clock. And I remember the one thing that they had on that buffet that they didn't have on the menu, it was a cheese chimichanga. So it was a little bitty frozen wonton full of cheese and jalapenos. And
that sounds amazing.
Were delicious. I'd just get a plate full of those with the salsa. The problem was not only was all the debauchery around this 4 to 6 free buffet, but people started to come in and they would order water,
which I do not get. I don't know how you're that cheap.
Yeah, but they got to the point they were like, people are just coming in, they're sitting at tables, they're drinking water, and they're eating for a free buffet.
I mean, it's absolutely freeloading. There is no doubt about that freeloading. Blake says I've got a large cheese dip in the freezer from them.
God, the cheese dip was so good.
Yeah. Did Bob says did Superior used to be a Shoney's? Was that location a Shoney's?
I think it was.
Are you serious? I never knew that.
It's a big Shoney's.
That is a big Shoney's. He said, Watt said you can be a drunken window punching idiot, but don't dare come in without sleeves.
No, well, they threw the guy out. I mean,
don't come in without sleeves.
Yeah, I mean, you can't control if somebody punches a window.
Brian says, I was back in town last week. We had to choose between Superior and Kobe. Unfortunately, we chose wrong.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was your last chance.
I did the same Friday night.
Yep. I just heard an amazing piece of information from Rockstar that you're not going to believe. Lunsford never once went to Superior Grill.
Oh, my God.
Is that what he just said?
That's what he said. Never set foot in the place.
I mean, he's the only guy in Birmingham.
I mean, there was a time, Rocky and I, before trivia, we would eat there a lot, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was a cheap date, wasn't it? 2 tacos.
Yeah, 2 tacos and water.
You really were.
At least you bought the tacos.
I almost had 9 times out of 10, I would order the same thing.
Yeah.
the quesadilla negras, and I would get it without spinach. So it would just come with the black beans, the chicken, and the cheese.
Yeah, but you'd also get that salad, which was good too.
Yeah, I would get
that
the
a lot at lunch.
mesquite grilled chicken salad, and then sometimes the chicken tortilla soup, which was really
Yeah,
good.
they're mesquite chicken tacos. That's what I'd always get. That mesquite chicken was so good.
Yeah, Jack liked the chorizo tacos.
Rockstar, before I do my best and worst, tell us about your guy.
Speaking of superior, how about a superior man himself?
Hey, well done.
It's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
All right, so my best and worst. This weekend was my wife's birthday weekend, and Rockstar, I gave him a couple of photos. The first photo that Lunsford will put up, my wife and I heading to dinner and the concerts. A photo of my beautiful wife, Jennifer. Her birthday. We were in Athens, Georgia. That's our hotel room in Athens, Georgia.
Where did you stay there? The hotel situation is not great.
Hotel Indigo.
Yeah, that's
They're
a good
in
one.
Athens. Yeah, it's a good one. Hotel Indigo there in Athens on our way. The old selfie in the mirror.
There's Brown. He's in a hotel room and not naked.
That is true. Got my clothes on.
Just got home from golf.
All my clothes on. Headed to dinner. Went to a place called the National there, Mediterranean restaurant in Athens.
Good.
Very, very good. Yeah, I really liked it. Next photo, I took her to see her favorite band, Johnny Swim. Johnny Swim, Abner and Amanda, they're a married couple. And as we're leaving, walking back up the street to our car, guess who's coming out to get in their vehicle?
Wow.
Abner and Amanda. And
she's wearing a coat hanger.
No, he's got a coat hanger in his hand. It looks like it's around her neck. No, it's in his hand. And I speak to him. My wife is not the most extroverted. My wife is a very friendly person, but she's not real extroverted. She would never do this. But I spoke to him. I was like, hey, guys, awesome show. We really love it. It's my wife's birthday. And they were like, oh, happy birthday. Gave her a hug. And he said, would you like a photo? And Jennifer said, I'd love a photo.
Let's take a picture in the crosswalk.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
So it's right on the street.
No, that's really cool. Where do they perform, the Fox?
No, the Fox is in Atlanta. This was in Athens at the Georgia Theater.
Okay, that's what it is. I knew there was a theater, but I thought it was a Fox too.
Yeah, the Georgia Theater. So that's my wife, Jennifer, with Abner and Amanda, a husband-wife. Johnny Swim is the name of the group. I don't suppose
I've never even heard
anyone has heard of them.
I've
or
heard of them, but I've never heard anything they've done.
When you say Johnny Swim, I think it's a kid's show.
You
like
think,
Johnny Bravo.
you think Adult Swim.
Yeah,
Johnny Bravo mixed. Yeah,
that's what I think.
Yeah, they do. Like I said, they're a couple. And they do a lot of lovemaking songs there, Lance, and relationship music.
Wow. So what is the story behind the name Johnny Swim?
I don't know. I'll pull up their page and see if I can find a story behind the name. I really have absolutely no idea.
Put on a pretty good show?
Yeah, they do a very, very good show. Now, Amanda, the girl that was in that photo, her mom is Donna Summer. The late Donna Summer is her mom. So, you know, she comes from some pretty good jobs.
Yeah, I guess so.
Donna Summer's very well respected, I would say, Rockstar. Yeah. They met at a church in Nashville, Tennessee. His dad was a pastor. As I mentioned, she's Donna Summer. I really don't know the history of their name.
Speaking of old haunts, Bell Bottoms. The last song they would always play was "Last Dance" by Donna Summer.
Really?
Yeah. And if you were at Bell Bottoms for "Last Dance," you're out too late.
Says the real story that Johnny Swim comes from the name of Amanda's goldfish when she was a kid.
Okay. Well, there you go. I like
from Wikipedia.
Yeah. Amanda and Abner Ramirez. They are based out of Nashville. I think they're based out of L.A. now. He had a Dodgers hat on. Made me think of you.
Good for him.
My worst of the weekend, I was the one tasked with purchasing the lottery tickets for Double Down Media. I purchased 5. I had $100. Almost everyone sent me $10. I covered the one person that didn't.
Who was that?
I'm not going to say names.
I bet it was
I sent mine.
Okay.
I'm not pointing any fingers.
I sent mine.
I'm not pointing any fingers. I gladly covered the person that didn't send
Well,
their $10.
as you don't do that, Dunaway sat in that seat on Friday, went around everybody that reached out to him and asked if he was okay, just checking on his condition. And he pointed out the one person that didn't.
He knew everybody in the building but me.
You didn't check on Dunaway when he was out sick?
Every morning I
clinging to life?
Yeah, every morning.
He was like, I just appreciate Forrester and Lunsford and Taylor and Reed and you and Brown and Walls reaching out. Just really appreciate that. And I was like,
I
you
said
didn't say one guy.
Every morning, Brown would update me.
Yep, that's right. I was tasked with that. I was also tasked with buying the lottery tickets, $100 worth. Everybody Venmoed me $10 here on Double Down Media. I've got great news to report to you guys. That $100 investment, we won $12.
How are we splitting it?
Somebody's got to drive back to Georgia to get it.
Okay.
Oh, Lunsford's going next week. I'll give you the winning ticket, Lunsford. $1.20 for everybody.
You can buy a taquito and a corn dog.
If they told me I won $12, is that post-tax or do we have to pay taxes on the $12?
You don't pay
taxes.
taxes.
Good. All right. Daniel Jeremiah coming up in the next hour. We'll talk some NFL and college football with him. When we return, the most intriguing over-unders in the Southeastern Conference, according to Matt Hayes. I'll see what Lance's thoughts on these over-unders are. That's next on the next round.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Live Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, if you missed our first live hour, we covered a lot of ground. We poured one out for Superior Grill. We got some best and worst of the weekend. By the way, February Stars in our chat room says Superior was never supposed to actually be in Alabama. Donnie tells a great story how it was supposed to be in Atlanta. So maybe one day. Donnie did write you back.
Yeah,
he's slammed right now.
He's slammed right now, and they are opening a new location, not in state, and I don't know if it's a Superior or something else, but they're just attending with everything that you have to do to get equipment out and all that kind of stuff. But I think we will get him, if not today, someday this week, and we will tell some really good Superior stories.
Lunsford says, while I've never been to Superior before from Lance's worst, I have stayed many times in Athens, the Hotel Indigo from Brown's Best. How random is that?
I've tried to get rooms there. I mean, it's always been game day weekend, so it's been impossible. But.
Yeah. He said, what? Johnny Swim is awesome. That's the music group took my wife to see this weekend. Georgia Theater in Athens, according to Jace, great story here. Georgia Theater in Athens is a cool venue. I threw up there in their bathroom after the Bama-Georgia game in 2015.
I bet he's not the first.
Probably not. Bathroom in the basement, by the way. You got to go down to the dungeon to get to their bathroom. Charles says Rockstar needs to do a Johnny Swim song Friday in the lounge.
I couldn't name one.
I mean, you can investigate and see if there's one you like.
I'll
Like I
investigate.
said, married couple sings a lot about making love and relationships and some other stuff, too.
That's my speed.
That's your speed.
Yeah.
A little making love,
Yeah.
right? With a married woman. MacArthur Park still gets the folks moving, both the Donna Summer and Waylon Jennings version, according to Zach there. Michael, I mentioned this a while back. It would be a good time to unveil these, by the way, when we go down to the Floribama. TNR needs beach towels. It would be cool to have at the Floribama, beach towels. Can we unveil some beach towels?
I think
Lunsford,
beach towel
can we
would
do
be
beach
cool.
towels?
I bet beach towels are expensive, though.
Yeah, I have no earthly idea what our return would be.
I
on
bet
this.
a cost on a beach towel would be $50.
Probably so. Riley says you can mail back the lottery ticket. We won $12 in the company lottery. You can mail them back and they'll send you a check. I thought you had to do it in person. Either way, Lunsford is going to be in Atlanta next week, so we may just get him to pick up our $12. Krusty says, my $20 got me squat. Somebody in Illinois I saw had the
one person.
Have they come forward yet?
I don't think they have. They're smart if they haven't.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of those situations, especially if you're really anonymous, that you hire an attorney immediately and you work everything behind the scenes.
Yep.
Of course, I'm sure the Mega Millions is going to want to post your picture, right? Is that part of the deal?
Probably. I don't know. I really have no idea how any of that works. I was not going to worry about that until we won our $1.2 billion.
Yeah, here's what I would almost do in that situation. I would find somebody that is close enough to me that I was going to give $1 million to.
Yep.
And I'd make them the front man, and I would behind the scenes structure a deal with attorneys.
Yep.
Where they have to sign off. They're going to get $1 million to be the front man.
That's right.
But the rest is coming to me. Just where you get all
I'm
that
actually
heat off
getting the
of
money.
it.
Yeah, that's right. And Cody Fox in the chat room. My wife and I are heading to the hospital this afternoon to welcome our firstborn. Congrats and great luck.
Oh, yeah, your world is about to change.
Yes, sir.
Do we get to pick the name?
I think he went on to say we don't know the.
Well, let's go guy girl.
We don't know the gender.
Unless mom's already done it.
We
Cody.
didn't find out the gender, so it'll be a surprise to everyone. All right, so boy, we're going to go with Ernesto.
Gustavo
or Ernesto? Which one's better?
Enrique.
We're going very Hispanic.
Well, I'm just looking at the Taco Mama cup over there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And we were talking Superior Grill. So.
Hola. I'll go Ernesto. Girl, who we're going to go with?
Isabella?
Blanche.
Karen.
Yeah.
Jay Price, or Goose, how about Mookie Betts? Name it Mookie Betts.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah.
Mookie Betts would be a good name. Jay Price says Superfly.
I'm telling you, naming a kid is the toughest thing.
It really is. It is tough. I've done it twice. That's the only two I'm going to do.
It's a good stance.
Oh, it is. We're done. No, I'm done naming kids. That's right.
No
naming kids. Maybe an animal every now and then, but nope, kids I'm done with. Hunter, my best and worst. Random baseball in the same game. Former Trash Panda Reed Detmers had an immaculate inning. How about that? I saw Sonny DeShera was already playing with the Trash Pandas. Doesn't that seem quick? I mean, he was just in the College World Series. He already played Double-A.
Yeah, but I mean, look, his bat's ready for it.
Yeah,
and, this is a guy that's a little bit older too.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, because he played a good long career in college baseball.
An immaculate inning, most people probably know, is striking out 3 hitters on 9 consecutive pitches. That is
hard
really
to do.
difficult.
Yeah.
I think it's 109 times it's happened in the history of Major League Baseball.
Yeah, probably so. All right, so we start hour number 2, presented in part by our friends in Montevallo. The University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu is where you can go schedule a tour, get that immersive 3D tour at the University of Montevallo, home to the Fighting Dunaways. They all went to school there. It is a great college campus, beautiful. Southern Living says one of the most beautiful in the entire South, and a great value as well. They haven't gone up on tuition recently, so you're still getting a great education for a great value when you go to Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Our friend Matt Hayes writes a great First and 10 column each week for Saturday Down South. And there at SaturdayDownSouth.com, Matt gives 5 over-unders that are intriguing to him. I will read to you what he says about each, but I would like to get your opinion on these, Lance. All SEC over-unders, all kind of middle-tier teams here in the Southeastern Conference. He starts with, and I'm going to go backwards because his number 1 is Auburn. I want to get Auburn last here. LSU, number 5, LSU. His over-under, I believe he's getting these from FanDuel. Yeah, FanDuel, his over-under 6.5. He says this: Brian Kelly's first team at Cincinnati won 10 games. His first team at Notre Dame won 8 games. If you just do the math, he's due for a 6th game win with his first team at LSU, but his first teams have probably outperformed what most people thought they would.
Well, look at the schedule. I think they're going to be favored in 7 games. So if they win every game they're favored in, obviously it would go over that total. Their road games at Auburn, at Florida, at Arkansas, at Texas A&M, they'll all be underdogs. Their game against Alabama, November 5th, in Baton Rouge, they'll be an underdog. But I think all their other home games, including Tennessee and Ole Miss, I think they'll be favored in those games.
Yeah, I really think at 6.5, probably your swing game and all of that is that first Sunday night against Florida State down at the Superdome.
Yeah, I feel pretty good LSU wins that game.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
What's the number on that game? Do you know, or do you?
I would say LSU 7.5.
So LSU's a full touchdown favorite over Florida.
Yeah.
That's extremely bad news for Mike Norvell. I mean, because this is a mid-tier SEC team, and if you're losing by a touchdown to them, I know the ACC is a little bit easier, but how many ACC losses are you going to take?
But really, I mean, this LSU team could be one of the surprises.
Oh, so you like them that much?
No,
huh?
I don't. I'm just saying. I mean, they've still got LSU talent. You've got an elite coach now. You've got to figure quarterback out, but you've got quarterbacks on that roster that have talent. It just hasn't all come together, and it hasn't been consistent.
So at 6.5, you would go?
I would lean over. Again, I think they're 7-5, so I think it's going to be right there on the number.
Yeah,
but I lean over.
Go to Florida next. FanDuel has them at 7. Matt Hayes says this is an intriguing over-under because it is all on quarterback Anthony Richardson. If he plays to expectations, Gators hit the over. If he doesn't, woof. So Florida over under 7. These two collide, by the way, because LSU and Florida play one another. You feel how about Florida's over under 7?
I think they're actually going to be favored in 8 games when you look at the schedule. I think ultimately Utah right around a pick right now. I think Florida will be favored in that game when we get to it. They've got 13 returning starters. Again, it's Billy Napier's first year with an elite brand in Florida. I don't know how it's going to work out. It does come down to quarterback. Anthony Richardson, how good will he be? I lean under there, though.
So you would lean under the 7. I mean,
because I would be shocked if they get out of the month of September undefeated.
But if they do,
watch
it's
out.
Screaming over probably.
Oh yeah, it is over.
Because again, we've talked a lot about this with Florida, but a 1-3 start for Billy Napier is not off the board here. I mean, Utah, Kentucky. I'll give them South Florida at home, but then at Tennessee, Utah, Kentucky, Tennessee, all eminently losable games for the Florida Gators. Especially if Richardson either is slow to get started or isn't what everybody thinks he's going to be.
And then you got a 3-game stretch: LSU, Georgia, at Texas A&M.
Yeah. That's tough no matter what. But I mean, a 1-3 start is not off the board for Billy Napier.
Yeah, I lean under, though.
So
I think
you
it's
lean under.
I think it's 6-6 here.
So lean over LSU 6.5, lean under Florida 7. Kentucky, speaking of the Big Blue, FanDuel has them at 7.5. Matt Hayes writes, if Kentucky wins at Florida week 2, listen to this now. If Kentucky wins at Florida week 2, the over is a lock, according to him.
Well, they're coming off 10 wins. They've got Will Levis at quarterback.
Oh, I've heard of him.
That's worth 3 or 4 wins right there.
Easy right there.
They're going to be favored in.
Do you agree with that? First of all, if they win at Florida, the over is a lock.
I think they're favored in 8 games. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because
that's one of the games they're not favored in.
Yeah, they're 4-0 at that point. Miami at Florida, Youngstown, Northern Illinois. So they start 4-0 if they can win at Florida, and then they hit their SEC schedule.
Well, they've got a great chance at opening 6-1 or 6-2.
Well, so let me continue that schedule then. Miami at Florida, Youngstown, NIU at Ole Miss, South Carolina at home, Mississippi State is their homecoming, bye week, and then at Tennessee. Then at Missouri, then Vandy. I mean, yeah, if you want to play upside on Kentucky, there's a lot of upside in the early part of that schedule. I think Matt's right. If they can get past Florida, look out for Kentucky.
I mean, honestly, they could win 10 games again.
I know. I was just looking at that. I mean, you don't like them against Georgia, obviously, and that is a home game. Doesn't really matter. You don't like them against Georgia. And then I would guess you don't like them at Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Tennessee has owned that rivalry.
I really don't like them at Ole Miss.
Yeah. Even as Kentucky has gotten better, Tennessee has owned that rivalry.
And then I think they probably drop a home game. I think they're probably 8-4. What is the total right now?
He was playing it at 7.5.
Yeah, I think I would play the over here. The only fear really for Kentucky, it's not the schedule at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's now that there's expectations for Kentucky.
Yeah. Arkansas and Auburn remaining teams. We'll do those after Lance tells us about our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, look, hey, the economy's not great right now. I think we all know that. And that's why our friends at Mortgage Right, they are there for you. If you think renting is a great idea, not so fast. Rent has gone up 149% in the past few decades. No sign of it slowing down. Inflation out in full force. Now more than ever, rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is cheaper. It's proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, and dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to live rent-free today. MLS 2239, equal housing lender.
2 more of what Matt Hayes, Saturday Down South, calls intriguing over-unders at FanDuel. Arkansas at 7.5. As Matt says, look at that schedule. Hogs could be better in 2022 and fall short of last year's 9-win season. We've talked, and I know you guys did Arkansas Friday with Coach Nutt. We've talked about how difficult this schedule is, Lance. It's one of the most difficult in the nation, not just conference, but out of conference, as they play a team from the playoffs last year, Cincinnati, and BYU on the road out of conference.
You know, last year I thought they were going to be good. I didn't think they'd win 9 games based on they had the most difficult schedule going into the season, and you can make that argument again this year. But they got 19 returning starters, and they had really good team chemistry last year. And KJ Jefferson really came on as quarterback. Sam Pittman, I think we all really respect what he does. But this schedule,
brutal.
Yeah, I've got them favored in 7 games. I think they're a 6-6 team this year. Again, they're only returning 11 starters. Cincinnati and BYU out of conference. I think they split there. I think they beat Cincinnati. They lose to BYU.
The good news for them is, Lance, the schedule does ease up after the bye week a little bit. I mean, it's a tough schedule start to finish, but the easier part is after the bye. If they can somehow survive until mid-season, they can actually get a decent finish, I think.
Well, yeah. I mean, you could actually sweep after the bye. You've got difficult road game at Auburn and then some difficult home games against LSU and Ole Miss. But, I mean, those are all winnable games around picks.
Yeah, in comparison to the 4 games prior to the bye, when you are neutral site against A&M, you're hosting Alabama, you're at State, and you're at BYU. I mean, those 4 before the bye, we talked about that last week, one of the toughest 4-game stretches in all of America. So Matt Hayes has them at 7.5. You would lean where with Arkansas?
I would lean under.
Yeah. And then finally, Auburn. FanDuel has them at 5.5, and he says they are begging you to take the over. You look at these things from that type of point of view. At 5.5, are they begging you to take the over? Is that what that means?
I think they are, because they're going to be favored in 7 games, and I think this is all going to be dependent upon how if Brian Harsin gets quarterback right, if you've got a guy on that roster that can play at a high level in the SEC, look, you're going to start 2-0. Penn State is going to be that big swing game.
Yeah.
Because more than likely you get Missouri too. I just want to see where Auburn is after the LSU game.
Right.
Because then that schedule gets brutal. Then you start playing on the road. You've got at Georgia, at Ole Miss, Arkansas at home, at Mississippi State, Texas A&M, at Alabama. So if you don't have a really good September, then you got no shot.
Yeah, you're
and by really good, I mean 4-0.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. We've talked about the importance of those first 5 games. 5.5, though. So basically what he's saying is Auburn is a brand enough that 5.5, most people are going to say, look, Auburn's a better brand than 5.5.
But what we got to remember is you've lost 5 consecutive games to start this season. That's how Harsin's first year went down. And this second half of the season could really be a disaster for Harsin.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with you.
I mean, what wins outside of Western Kentucky do you feel good about after October 8th? Or after October 1st, actually? I mean, at Georgia, I don't see it.
Yeah, that's tough. And now at Ole Miss, Auburn has owned Ole Miss.
Yeah, they have. And look, and I don't know what to expect out of Ole Miss. But right now, Ole Miss is going to be favored in that game. Not that means anything. Arkansas, we saw.
It's a team Auburn beat pretty good last year.
Yeah, but it was a great game. Controversial call in the first half that maybe things are a little bit different. Really controversial calls the last couple of years against Arkansas. At Mississippi State, Mississippi State had that incredible comeback in the second half last year. I think
Auburn had them down 3 touchdowns.
This Mississippi State team will be better. And again, that game's in Starkville. Texas A&M.
It was 20-3 in College Station last year. Auburn's offense was putrid in that game. And then you mentioned Western Kentucky and you're at Alabama. You're right. I mean, yeah, once you get to the Georgia game, Saturday, October 8th, it almost doesn't let up on you. So those are some over-unders from Matt Hayes on Saturday down south. Your reaction to that? Let's see. Tripp says the swing game for win totals for LSU and Auburn could easily be their head-to-head October 1st. There were a couple of crossovers there with Florida and LSU, but he's probably right, Lance. If you look at Auburn and LSU playing head-to-head October 1, it's part of that homestand for Auburn. For them to get over 5.5, that would help them to win that LSU game. For LSU, for them to get over 6.5, they probably need to win the Auburn game. That Auburn-LSU head-to-head always seems like a fascinating game, maybe more so this year.
Man, I didn't realize if you go back, I knew Auburn was having difficulties winning in Baton Rouge up until last year.
99 was the last time prior to last year.
But the home team over the last 22 years is 18-4.
So the home team has dominated that series.
And obviously this game's in Jordan here.
Yeah, that's right. Zach says AR-15 is good for 7 wins, right? Do you think Anthony Richardson is good for 7 wins?
I didn't see it last year, but everybody else swears by it, so we'll see.
Bob Sacamano says, how about a boy name? 7. Wasn't that George Costanza?
But he suggested Soda because Soda's great. Everybody loves Soda. We don't love Soda. We like 7. No, 7's my name. It's my kid's name.
So 7 or Soda for a boy name for one of ours.
7 was his dream name. That's my kid's name, but you can name your kid Soda. That's a very refreshing name.
So one of our viewers and listeners having a child today, so we're trying to come up with a great name for that child. Daniel Jeremiah going to talk some football, NFL, and college with us next. First, Lance, getting off that ladder and that roof forever is the goal of gutter cap.
Well, yeah, that's what you got to do. It's a dirty, dangerous job. If you get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. 823-2212. Call my good friend Chris Stewart right now. 45% off the retail price for the next round viewer and listener. It's patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out, eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with a lifetime warranty. Call today, 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Daniel Jeremiah made his bones in the NFL as a personnel guy, great NFL scout, left for the NFL Network. He's now their main draft guy. So we'll talk about some of the talent in college football with DJ, but we'll also talk about the on the field in the NFL as he talks about that too. So a lot of football coming up. Daniel Jeremiah next on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. Hydra Live's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. We continue on the Next Round, presented by Bud Light. We are in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studios. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown, Dunaway on vacation. He'll be back with us actually Friday. It is always fun to talk to this guy on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He is Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network, at Move the Sticks on Twitter. Longtime friend of the show, and he is back with us now. DJ, what is up, man? How are you?
I'm doing great. What's going on, guys?
Not a whole lot, man. We are in the month of football, DJ. As you know, the Thursday night slate starts this week with the NFL Hall of Fame game, and then you will not have another week without American tackle football until February. So this is the time of year we live for, right?
Oh, it's fantastic! You kidding me? We get the Hall of Fame game. I'm going to do a little pre and post on NFL Network for that one, and then at that point in time, I'll be either purchasing my Juan Soto jersey or maybe it's the Montas jersey. I don't know who, but whoever the Padres are going to trade for in the next 24 hours.
Oh, your Padres, my Dodgers. It looks like it's going to be a battle for Soto, and that's taken away from Browns Nationals.
That's right.
I know. We usually lose those battles both on the field and off the field against the Dodgers. So hopefully this one's different.
Hey, DJ, this Deshaun Watson, not getting too much into the specifics, but 6 games. We looked at that schedule early on, and Jacoby Brissett, I mean, this is a guy he's a veteran. He's got a lot of experience. It seems like games against Panthers, Jets, Steelers, Falcons, Chargers, and Patriots are manageable with Brissett. Would you agree?
Well, I mean, I think we got to see what it looks like. But when you look at how that team's built, offensive line-wise, and with the backs that they have, I mean, I don't think they'll put a ton on on the quarterback. So, the only thing I would caution with that is I think some of those teams, I think the Jets being one of them, could be vastly different and improved from the slop we saw last year.
This seems like an extremely personal question because people know I am a Dolphins fan, but it actually deals with Jalen Waddle, the former Alabama great. I was reading Omar Kelly over the weekend, who was reporting from Dolphins camp, that Mike McDaniel, they were a little surprised that Waddle played in the slot so much. He caught a ton of passes there, but they said, this guy's got burner speed. Why would you play him in the slot so much? So moving him to flanker, how does that affect Jalen Waddle?
Well, I think he can play inside outside. I don't think it's really a big deal. Sometimes we've seen in the league over the last few years, you like to put your speed inside just because you can get to those over routes quicker and you can isolate them on that linebacker who's got to try and carry him over there. So I think that's some of the reason why people will look at a fast guy and throw him in there. But outside, you're going to have more space out there. You're going to have less bodies to navigate. And the one thing about it is you catch a ball on the outside and you make one guy miss and you got that speed, it's gone. It's over. I think you could do either one. I could make a strong case for using him inside or outside. But I know that's one of those offenses, maybe more so than any in the league. I'm intrigued to see how all this kind of fits together and how they make it work.
No, I'm excited about this.
Well, in that division, I mean, which former Alabama quarterback do you have more confidence in going into this year? Mac Jones with the Patriots or Tua with the Dolphins?
I think I would say, Mac, just because of the history and the structure that they have there. I would take the Dolphins' weapons over what they're throwing to in New England all day long. But I just think there's so much continuity there with Belichick, and people are going to say, oh, and Josh McDaniels is gone. Everything still runs through Bill, and it's going to be that same offense with voices that have been around him for a long time and know what he wants to do. And they're going to put him in such favorable situations. So I know personally if I had a chance to play with either group, I'd rather play with the Dolphins group, but just with all the support structure they have, I think I would take New England for that reason.
Daniel Jeremiah with us, NFL Network at Move the Sticks on Twitter. And he's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. A division you're intimately familiar with is the AFC West. You do some work with the Chargers, and clearly they play within that division. When you look at the AFC West, one of the most intriguing storylines to me is Russell Wilson to Denver. What Russell Wilson do you expect in Denver? Is it going to look a lot like what we saw in Seattle?
I don't know. That's the great thing about it. I know he's always fought kind of what he's been. It's as much success as Russ has. He's always wanted to kind of, just be more of a, let's throw it 50 times a game. And that's not really where he's had his most success. So I'm curious to see how that comes together there. Because you can look at the weapons that they have, and yeah, they've got some nice pieces on the outside with Cortland Sutton, with Judy and Tim Patrick and those guys. But I would argue seeing that team, up close every year, twice a year, the guy that you look at on that team, even with Russell Wilson there, I think Javonte Williams is the guy who's got to get the football. And if their offense kind of runs through him, I think they'll be at their best. But I don't know that that's what Russell really wants to do. Well, in fact, I know that's not what he wants to do. So it'll be curious to see how that works. We've got so many new quarterbacks, new coordinators in these situations with, tons of talent there. But I don't know what that's going to look like. I'm fascinated to see.
Speaking of new quarterbacks, we saw how scary San Francisco was getting to the NFC Championship game, a game they should have won against the Rams, should have gone on to the Super Bowl. Now Kyle Shanahan said, look, it's Trey Lance's team. I've seen him in spots. You scouted him when he played for North Dakota State. How good do you think Trey Lance can be in this offense?
Well, I think it's going to change a little bit. It's always kind of been the Shanahan offense, and even when Trey Lance got in there last year, the little bit that he did, he was basically just kind of still running the same stuff. I'm hoping they're going to change some things and craft some things to incorporate, his ability as a runner. He's a big, strong, sturdy kid, so you can use him a little bit in some of that design quarterback run game. So I hope they mix that in. Obviously Shanahan has experience with that going back to RG3. I don't think they need to go full into it, but just to sprinkle some of that stuff in. And with Trey Lance, as he's getting going early on, I don't think efficiency is going to be the name of the game, but I think they're going to be able to run it. And, if he's completing, 12 balls, 13 balls, I think there'll be some huge chunk plays sprinkled in there. So if you're obsessed with completion percentage and efficiency, you might not like this version of the Niners, but I know it's not a fun group to prepare for when you've got that run game coming at you from all angles. You've got to account for the quarterback, and then he's going to hit some big chunk plays down the field. He's going to airmail some quick outs and slants, and you're just going to have to live with it.
Daniel Jeremiah with us at Move the Sticks on Twitter. He is with the NFL Network. Look, I mean, it became a huge controversy at the end of last week around Kyler Murray and this clause in his contract. The truth is, you can't play quarterback in this league without doing some film study. It's not as if he wasn't looking at film. Maybe the franchise wanted more, but you've been around the personnel side of this. Would a clause like that be unheard of in the NFL, DJ, or have guys had this type of thing in their contract before and this just became public?
Well, if this has been in somebody's contract before, I've never heard of it.
Okay.
So it was totally foreign to me. And when this happened, my thought was, okay, obviously both parties know that he hasn't been doing, as much stuff at home as you would like. Now, his argument would probably be he's spending time at the facility and doing that. But I know these teams can monitor your tablets and see how much, studying you're doing at home. So obviously they both must have acknowledged that for it to be in writing and to be agreed upon by both parties. I think that they understood that. The silly thing to me is, for everyone to be upset that it got out. Like, really? You can be frustrated, I guess, but you can't be surprised. I mean, these contracts go to every team. Every agent gets to see these contracts. You really thought that was going to stay under wraps?
Nobody's going to share that.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You had to know that was coming. And they will never admit it, I'm sure. But I bet that even as kind of embarrassing as this is for all parties, I think the Cardinals, having this kind of, outside pressure applied to Kyler, I bet you they would be okay with that. They'll never admit it, but I bet they're okay with it.
Hey, I asked you about AFC East quarterbacks, SEC East quarterbacks. I mean, major expectations for a couple of guys that, haven't been elite. Will Levis and Anthony Richardson. Who do you believe in more, and are these guys going to be franchise quarterbacks one day?
Yeah, I've done the work on Levis. I haven't really studied much on Richardson yet, although in talking to some buddies around the league, he's the toolsy one that everybody has kind of their eye on going into next year, somebody that can kind of vault up. Levis is an interesting one just because you see, the physical part of it, the size, the ability to move around. He's got a strong arm. I just didn't think he was a supernatural thrower, there's times where he's kind of throwing against his body. He's kind of fighting himself a little bit. He guides the football at times. So I love the stature. I love the athleticism. He's really, really competitive. But I want to see kind of a little more loose, natural, fluid, thrower this year. So that's something I'll be keeping an eye on. But he's an intriguing one. I know this year it feels like everything is unsettled with these quarterbacks coming into the year. I'm at a little bit of a fight with some of my scouting buddies because I'm in on Bryce Young, and they all tell me, well, you haven't seen him in person up close when you see how small he is. And I'm like, well, I don't know. Everything I've seen on tape is outstanding, and I know he's slight and he's not tall. But, man, you talk about the opposite of Levis in terms of a natural thrower. This dude everything is smooth and easy. I kind of described him to a buddy the other day. He kind of reminds me of Aaron Rodgers if you left him in the dryer too long.
Wow. I'll tell you this. We had him on the show in person in Atlanta for SEC Media Days, and you could put him in your pocket.
Yeah, he ain't big.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
What everybody says. That's what everybody's told me. Everybody's like, hey, just be careful. I'm like, no, I am. I reserve. I mean, obviously, we get a lot of time to get to the draft. But I'm just saying, when you watch the video and being able to feel the rush, being able to change arm angles, knowing what trajectory the ball requires, the poise, the competitiveness, it's all really, really good. Now, the size, I can't speak to that. I got to see him up close and personal. Although I feel like I watched a bunch of his high school games on TV out here. He's going into this is his third year at Alabama, so this will be his seventh year of college football.
Yeah, but I guess it doesn't matter if you're slight if you never get hit, right?
Yeah, no, and that's kind of part of the deal. The challenge is when you look at some of the shorter quarterbacks that have had success, Kyler, who we just talked about, is he's stocky, built like a wrestler. Russell Wilson's got huge hands and he's thick. Even Drew Brees is a little bit broader and a little thicker. So that's going to be a challenge. He's not going to get taller, but I do think he can add some weight. So, that'll be something to look at going forward. I just know, man, if you're just saying the object is to move the football up and down the field and score points and be a point guard, he does that pretty good.
On that Alabama roster, I know you did some film study on Will Anderson. I've never been an NFL scout, but I think he'll get drafted, DJ.
Yeah, you know what? It's the first time I've ever seen him. You just never notice him when you're doing other guys.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah,
he never pops. That was what was so crazy about those. Watching the Georgia-Bama game is that you're watching it, and I'm so kind of locked in on the draft-eligible guys, but you're always you're always paranoid. And so I'm watching this, and I knew who Will Anderson was obviously earlier than that, but you're watching the game, and I'm looking, I'm like, oh, crap, what is 15 draft-eligible? That other rusher? Good Lord, is he good? And then I'm watching the Georgia tight end, and I'm like, this is the best tight end in the country. Oh, he ain't coming out. I'm like, gee, many Christmas. Alabama, Georgia, as good as they are, a bunch of these best players, Jalen Carter, they're all coming back.
Yeah, that's crazy. So give me a guy you've seen. It obviously doesn't have to be SEC unless that's naturally the answer, but a guy you've seen on film already that you're excited about seeing in this college season. Give me a guy or two that you're like, man, I cannot wait to see them this college season.
Well, that's a good call. I made my Heisman prediction the other day, which those always go well.
Yes, those are easy to do in the offseason.
Always bat 1,000 on that one. But my Heisman pick, you'll know, was Jahmyr Gibbs.
Whoa!
And that was my Heisman pick. I just, when I was watching other guys last year, as much as any other player, he popped. When you're just watching.
So give me what? Yeah. Give me what he does. Maybe that Brian Robinson did not do, or that Najee Harris did or did not do.
Well, I feel like, and I'm just realizing this one was at Alabama at some point in time as well. It's Alvin Kamara. That's what he can do. He can really he can make guys miss. He can catch the ball. He's got a second gear when he gets out in the open field, and he has maybe a little bit more power than Kamara, but he is fantastic. He's everything that you want. He's got it. When I just peeked at him, I haven't written him up yet, but when I peeked at him, Dalvin Cook, you start writing down his names. You're like, okay, he's hanging out in the right company here. This guy is really, really talented. So that would be one that I'm really looking forward to watching. Another running back, by the way, young kid that I'm looking forward to watching that jumps off the page is the kid at Clemson, Shipley. He's fun. I know nobody wants running backs and it's devalued and all that, but those are the guys that have kind of popped when I've been doing other guys over the summer here.
So Will Shipley is that guy, because I thought last year, ETN, I thought they missed him so much, and I thought Shipley got better as the season went on, but I didn't.
He's going to pop.
Okay.
He's going to pop. He's going to pop this year, big time. Yeah, you saw the flashes last year of what he can do. He's gonna be one I would keep an eye on.
All right. So running backs, Jahmyr Gibbs at Alabama, DJ's early Heisman leader. And his Heisman.
He's got zero chance. There's probably a better chance that the Padres get Soto and Montas than this guy wins the Heisman Trophy, but that's what I'm going with.
All right, he has Daniel Jeremiah. Season starts for him. It's year-round for DJ. He never stops. Go follow him at Move the Stick. See him on the NFL Network. DJ, thank you. It's always fun talking to you, buddy.
All right, I appreciate you guys. Just celebrate it when this trade goes down. I need you to say, we know a Padres fan. You might not, but we do.
Yeah, I do know a Padres fan. You're one of the few I know. But
the only one I know.
Really, DJ's the only Padres fan you know. How about that? Okay.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, buddy. You too. See you. Daniel Jeremiah with us, NFL Network on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Aside from all the meaningless Padres talk, that surprised me a little bit. When he was setting up his Heisman winner, I did not think he was going to go Jahmyr Gibbs. Well, he really likes him.
Well, you know how involved he's going to be in this offense.
It's good Alabama finally catches a break and gets a player.
Really, yeah.
I mean, those comparisons, though, Alvin Kamara, Cook, Dalvin Cook.
I never feel good about a Heisman prediction before the season.
I don't either.
I feel really good about mine.
I can't even remember who you picked.
C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud, yeah.
They're going to give it to a Big Ten player this year.
Pretty good one, you're right. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Dunaway has made this point before. The thing that would hurt Jahmyr Gibbs or anyone on Alabama's roster as much as anything would be 3 straight Alabama winners. You're just not going to go 3 straight Alabama winners.
And would it be 4 straight SEC? Yeah, going back to Burrow.
Yeah.
Who won in 18?
I always forget these. Lance, I never can remember who won the Heisman.
Oh, you know, it was Kyler Murray.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
It was almost Tua, though.
Yeah, it was. Tua was in the running. All right, thanks to Daniel Jeremiah for joining us. Some very good insight there on the NFL and college football with DJ. When we return, Rockstar tells you what to watch, and we'll talk a little bit about uniforms. 24/7 did it. We'll do it as well. That is next on the Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. and let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
All right, we continue on the next round. Oh, Bryce Young, Daniel Jeremiah says he's Aaron Rodgers if you left him in the dryer too long.
It's so good.
It's a great line,
Yeah.
funny line, but man, what a compliment. I mean, if you watch him and you think he's a smaller Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I mean, really, his pocket presence, the athleticism, the pinpoint accuracy.
Because
I get it. You just, it really is the size that throws you off.
I think most people, if they try to compare him to an NFL guy, automatically go Drew Brees because of the size. But Brees is an extremely accurate quarterback too. I mean, I think there are a lot of comparisons between he and Drew Brees.
Yeah.
But
I think Bryce has got a bigger arm.
I think most of that is because of the size. That's why people automatically go Drew Brees with him. So a great comparison. Aaron Rodgers, if you left him in the dryer too long.
What do you think he would pay for my size?
Who was it we were talking about where you were going to sell them 3 inches of your height for?
It was Garrett, our old.
No, there was some pro athlete I thought that you were going to sell.
I thought it was our intern. Garrison, yeah.
No, Garrison Brooks, you're right.
Yeah.
Garrison Brooks, who goes about 6'9", right,
About
from North
6'9".
Carolina. And basically you said, if I could sell you 3 inches of my height, you'd be an NBA star. And we were trying to negotiate how much you would sell that for. Because you're what, about 6'3"?
About 6'3".
That drop you down to 6 foot, maybe a shade under 6 foot.
I'll give him 2.5 inches.
You're not going to drop below, you're too vain to drop below 6 foot?
I want to make sure I'm 6. Well, now, you know what, a cost.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll drop to 5'8" if you give me enough money.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's all about cost at that point.
But I think for Bryce.
5'2".
Oh, 5'2" be tough.
Hang out Kevin Hart.
For Bryce, what do you think Bryce really is? 6 feet?
Maybe. I don't know that he's 6 feet. I think they list him at 5'10", don't they?
I don't know.
I mean, he's a small guy.
But I bet 3 inches would be worth $30 million for him, wouldn't you think? I mean, that's what he's going to make a season.
Yeah. No, I think you're right about that. Of course, in that discussion,
I wish you could sell things like that. And I know you can't sell organs legally on the black market, and it would be impossible to sell height. But boy,
it would be really difficult. Yeah.
Wish you could pull that off.
Of course, in that discussion, we had a former coworker who literally said during that discussion, if I had your height, I'd be in the NFL right now.
Well, you think about this. People.
That's not stunning at all.
No.
People have sold plasma.
That's true. Your body makes more of that, though, I think is the issue. Your body does not regenerate an organ.
But how many people would sell? Would you sell some of your height?
Yeah, I'm almost 6'2".
Borderline 6'2".
Borderline 6'2".
So you could give up a couple.
Oh, absolutely.
Would you sell any of yours, Rocky?
Oh, yeah, I don't care. I don't want to be super short, but I mean, I'm not really. I have to buy all new clothes though. We've been wearing the same thing for 15 years.
Yeah, D. Smith took me out of context. Actually, Lance said he'd give him 3 inches anywhere for the right price. I did not say that.
I don't think he said that. No.
Wow.
I don't
Did
think
he accept? And where are you going to put it?
I was getting some grief for calling Jalen Waddle a flanker during that interview. I was reading the report from camp. That's what the report said from Omar Kelly.
That Mike McDaniel, his offense might be old school.
That's true. I mean, he may call him a
split ends
flanker.
and flankers.
I was just reading that. Kerry says Kyler Murray just got paid a ton, and he's a small quarterback by NFL standards.
Yeah, no, he is. Yeah.
I mean, he and Bryce. Kyler Murray, though, legitimately, I think at the Senior Bowl and the NFL Combine, hit just over 6 foot. So you can say he's short all you want. He's over 6 foot.
To me, the thing that makes Kyler the most dangerous is how elusive he is and what he's able to do once he gets in space.
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, it seems like every 3rd and 7, he's scrambling out of the pocket, he breaks free, and he finds the marker.
Yeah. He is an extremely, extremely accurate passer and can extend the play. All right, Rockstar is going to tell us what to watch. Speaking of Bryce Young, chances are he'll end up in a painting by Daniel A. Moore, New Life Art. Oh, wait a minute. He already has.
Yes, they've got an NIL deal with Bryce Young, the Crimson Connection, signed by the artist and by Bryce Young. Those are still available but limited. Go to DanielMooreArt.com for 40 years making memorable sports art. DanielMooreArt.com for more information.
7 p.m. on Cinemax from 2002, 28 days later, freaky movie with fast-moving infected folks.
It is so good, though. So well done.
You get unnecessary full frontal from, what's his name? The lead.
Cillian Murphy.
Yeah.
Unnecessary full frontal.
He wakes up in a hospital to know what's going on, and he's full frontal for just a quick second. It was really shocking. But Brendan Gleeson's in it. I love him.
Yeah, and Gleeson plays a really good role. So Danny Boyle directed that. The guy that we were talking about yesterday, he's done a variety of all over the place. What was the James Franco 27 hours?
127 hours.
127 hours.
Yeah.
I bet he wishes it was 27.
You missed 100 of them.
I saw that movie, but he did that one. He did Train Spotting. I mean, Slumdog Millionaire. He's done some really, really good stuff.
And then 905 on Epix 2, another one that I know Brown hadn't seen a lot of movies. There are movies that I haven't seen. Tonight, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Oh,
Never
love
seen
that.
it.
You need to watch it.
Top 5 movie all time for me, probably.
And then Paramount Plus has released There Will Be Blood.
There Will Be Blood?
Yeah.
I like that one, too.
He's an old man.
This is my son.
No. But coming up this Wednesday, I'll tease it up because I saw the trailer for it. Trainwreck on Netflix, Trainwreck Woodstock 99. You remember where there's just people were pissed they were charging $20.
Wasn't it like a basic, almost a fire festival, right?
Well, at the end, because the Chili Peppers played Fire by Jimi Hendrix, and people just started lighting stuff on fire, and they said vendors were overcharging, and they didn't have adequate bathrooms. And there's just all this footage. It looks like a disaster to go to that. So that opens Wednesday at Netflix.
I saw last night on Netflix that it was number 9. You know, they have the most watched shows on Netflix. 10. The most hated man on the internet that I brought up earlier, and I was talking to you in break. I just wonder if any of our listeners or viewers have seen this, because I'll tell you, it's one of the more disturbing things I've seen, because I can't believe I had never heard of this website or this guy.
I thought I remember it being a trash story, but I could be wrong.
No. Well, the thing was, it's you and you're attracted to the, remember the Don't F with Cats? Did you ever finish that? When you brought that up, I couldn't even, I don't even want to watch the trailer for that.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody about this documentary, and they said, is it as disturbing as Don't F with Cats? And I was like, it's close.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
Jeremy says he watched a documentary on Woodstock 99 on a flight recently. It was made by Bill Simmons, and it was fascinating.
Ooh, I'd like to see that.
All right, there you go.
It may be this one. You don't know.
He said Butch Cassidy and Sundance. Butch and Sundance, number 2 on my list, only behind Casablanca.
Never seen Cool Hand Luke either.
You know,
Have y'all seen Casablanca?
I've not seen Casablanca. I've seen Cool Hand Luke and Butch Cassidy, obviously.
Casablanca's so good.
Maybe we do. Maybe it's just not obvious. But back in the day, they were big on pairing up actors, like them doing work together. And that was part of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid with Robert Redford and Paul Newman. And I love the Sting as well with them in it. I just thought those two played off each other so well. We don't do as much of that anymore, do we?
Kevin Hart and The Rock are in every single movie together.
Yeah, I guess that's not really in the same vein I'm thinking of, but you're right.
It's great.
No, much like a show that we do, chemistry is so important.
It is.
And I think that.
But didn't you think those two had incredible chemistry?
Yeah.
It was that was going to be a big thing with Farley and David Spade when they did 2 movies together. But that was, they were going to be a duo for a long time if he stayed alive.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tell you who had really good chemistry, I thought, in 48 Hours was Nick Nolte and Eddie Murphy.
Are you being serious?
No, I'm being serious.
Yeah.
I really am.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that was a great team.
But it was just going to be hard not to go buddy cop movie with those two.
Yeah. And, like one of my guilty pleasures is the Bad Boys.
Yeah.
That franchise. But the chemistry between Will Smith and Martin Lawrence is really good.
Which one is better to you, the Sting or Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid? Because I think you like both those, don't you?
Yeah, Butch Cassidy and Sundance.
Do you really?
Kid, yeah.
I think I might like Sting better. I don't know. It's tough.
Really
I love them both. Right? Are you going to watch it tonight, Rockstar? You said you've never seen it.
I think it's on Hulu too. It's really. I'm going to watch it. It's over 2 hours long.
Yeah. Starts in black and white. It was the first time my wife watched it with me. She goes, "Is this getting out of black and white? Because I'm done if it's not."
I don't want this artsy fartsy stuff.
No, but it does. It does get out of black and white. Great scene to open with. If you ask me to stay, I'll leave. Come on, just leave.
Great scene.
Ask him to stay. Just ask him. If you ask me to stay, I'll leave. It is a fantastic scene. We talk a lot of college football on this show, and coming up the next segment, 24/7 Sports did their most iconic uniforms. We're not going to do the number 20, so-and-so, so-and-so. I want to hit on a few. And you've always maintained the Alabama Road White. Now, I think you say USC's, you're a big Road White guy.
Yeah, I am.
You like the Road Whites. USC's Road White is your favorite, right?
It is, yes.
Okay, and I think
with the yellow pant, yeah.
The Alabama Road White for you.
It's right up there.
It's right up there with USC.
Yep, the Road Penn State White, the Road Nebraska White.
Why do you think you just like these crisp Road Whites?
The Texas Road White.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think they look good.
Yeah, so you're most of the time you find yourself more road uniform than home uniform, yeah? Okay. We'll touch on that when we return on the next round. 24/7 did a look at it. We'll touch on it as well. Different twist to it than what they did. Trash coming up in the next hour as well. And Tom Luginbill about an hour away on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the next round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate. Growing to serve you. Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we start the second half of the live show today. Don't forget, if you miss anything, it is always podcasted. Just go to our website, nextroundlive.com. Make sure you subscribe to all the podcasts. You can get up tons of places wherever you get your podcast. It's 24/7 on our app and streaming at nextroundlive.com. Always on YouTube, any of our video platforms, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter. Always go back and watch what we've done. And while you're on YouTube, if you have not already subscribed, we beg you to do so. Beg's a strong word, but I'm going to use it. We beg you to do so. Go ahead and subscribe. Make sure you're not just hanging around watching. It helps us a lot if you just subscribe and hammer that thumbs up. Click that thumbs up button every single day when you watch the show. Subscribe, hit the thumbs up, and set alerts so you know when we're live. There are times like Sunday, we're going to be live from the floor of Bama. We don't even know the set time. We'll announce it when we do, but as soon as we go live, you get that alert, and you're like, oh, my boys are down at the floor of Bama live on a random Sunday. I think I'll watch this, right? Make sure you set those alerts. We'll be at the floor of Bama Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, our normal times, Monday and Tuesday. What's going on at the floor of Bama at 9 in the morning when we're live? Do you know?
You know, I haven't talked to Paul and his staff about that yet. I'm sure something, though.
Yeah?
I mean, they serve lunch there. The earliest I've been there is probably 11 a.m.
And it was like, what, at 11 a.m.?
I mean, they had live music going, people walking around drinking.
Yeah. Make sure you subscribe and set those alerts on YouTube so you'll know when we're live.
I would think 9.
That Sunday show will be video only.
9, they're probably, the bar backs are dumping ice.
Yeah.
They're stocking everything up. They're probably mopping the floors.
It's going to be fun. Yeah, can't wait till next
week. Sure,
week.
Dunaway will be annoyed by some kind of noise. Hey, and their bushwhackers are awesome. Have you ever had one of the bushwhackers?
I don't know that I've had one of theirs, but I do like a bushwhacker.
Theirs are incredible. I think they're probably 3,000 calories per bushwhacker.
Bushwhacker's basically an alcoholic Frosty.
That's exactly what it is.
Is that about a good description? Yeah, an alcoholic Frosty.
Yeah, delicious though.
Yeah.
I can only have one or two just because they're so heavy.
Right.
But yeah, we'll definitely have some bushwhackers.
This hour presented by our friends at Champy's, world famous fried chicken. Champy'sChicken.com starts with those Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. Make sure you get the chicken tenders, chicken on a stick, sandwiches, po' boys, right there on Highway 119, Alabaster. Champy'sChicken.com.
Hey, Red is right. They do church services from Floribama because I've talked to some people that have done it. Will you go Sunday morning?
Well, I'm not opposed to doing it, but we've got a golf outing, I believe, with some people.
Damn. It always gets in the way.
It never gets in the way, Rockstar. Never. I don't miss.
We are at the
church to go
mercy
play
of
golf.
when they want to play.
That's right. I mean, we're guests of someone for business reasons, Rockstar. And if they want to go play golf on Sunday morning, now if the church service time works out, I'll gladly go.
What if they said we wanted to go bird watching early Sunday morning? Would y'all squeeze that in?
In this case, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then normally no, but in this case, yes.
Boat ride.
Yes. In this case.
Go to the Everglades with those
bike ride.
I did not know
Everglades,
I did not know this was well known. Houston on Twitter says the same thing. Floribama has church on Sunday. They call it worship on the water. If the time works out with our host schedules, I will gladly go.
Remember worship on the water in Ozark early on?
Yeah, it has some interesting Bibles, didn't they?
Yeah, it's the old hymn book. It was the hymn book, right? Yeah. They pass around those hymn books. Some headlines. If you have missed the breaking news today, Deshaun Watson gets 6 games. Here are the 6 games he will miss. At Carolina, at home against the Jets and Steelers. At Atlanta, at home against the Chargers and the Patriots. And so he's going to miss 4 home games, 2 road games. Lance says with Jacoby Brissett, his expectations are the Browns 4-2 through that stretch. So once Deshaun Watson is available, the Browns are a playoff team for you.
Yeah, go through their schedule. I mean, that's a difficult game. His first game back, I think they probably lose that game.
Yeah, you're going to have to give me 1 second on that to pull up their schedule. But
I've got it. So they've got at Ravens, his first game back.
Right there in the division. Boy, what a fascinating game, huh?
Yeah, I think they lose that game, so I'll drop them to 4-3. They beat the Bengals the next week, 5-3.
That's the Monday night game, by the way.
Lose to your Dolphins.
Oh, I like that. Thank you.
Yeah, so what does that put them at now?
That's going to be 5-4. They're going to have to hustle to make the playoffs.
Lose to the Bills, 5-5.
They're making the playoffs?
Beat the Bucks, 6-5. Beat the Texans, 7-5. Lose to the Bengals, 7-6. Beat the Ravens, 8-6. Beat the Saints, 9-6. Beat the Commanders, 10-6. Yeah.
So that Pittsburgh game at the end of the year is probably to make the playoffs if they're 10-6.
The crazy thing is they're front loaded. They've got an easy beginning and then an easy landing.
Yeah.
That meat of the schedule.
Yeah, at the Texans, what do you think the atmosphere is going to be like for him returning to Houston? Now, the Texans are not going to be good. They'll be the better team. But that week, Sunday, week 13, Sunday, December 4th, when they play in Houston, what do you think the atmosphere is going to be like there?
I think he's going to get booed.
Oh, there's no doubt he gets booed. I just wonder how nasty it gets.
Normally when somebody comes back that has gotten you to the postseason, the greatest quarterback in the history of a franchise, normally you give it up and you give them their due.
Yeah, he'll be a villain there, though.
He will be. I don't know if there's a tougher stretch in the NFL. Maybe there is, but listen to this. At Ravens, Bengals, at Dolphins, at Bills, Buccaneers.
That is tough. I mean, first of all, you're in a tough division, and you're playing the two best teams in that division, Ravens and Bengals. The Bills might be the best team in the AFC. You're having to play them. I mean, the Dolphins are probably, 8, 9, 10 win type team. And then who was the last one there?
Bucks, Bills, Dolphins, Bengals.
Bucks. I mean, the Bucks are a team that they will be.
They're favored to win the NFC.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be a contender for the NFC. Yeah, you're right. That is a really, really tough stretch. I don't know. I mean, the way you declared them a playoff team, but then when you start running through that schedule, that's a tough road to the playoffs for them.
I think they're 10 or 11 wins. I think the AFC is just going to beat up on each other. The AFC is so good. Maybe the best I've seen a conference.
Really? Ever?
Yeah, maybe.
Wow.
Because when you look right now in the AFC, I could give you
give them to me.
5. These teams could win a Super Bowl. The Bills.
All right.
The Ravens.
Okay.
The Bengals. The Browns. The Titans.
The Browns.
The Broncos. The Chiefs. The Chargers. Half of the conference.
So you think half the AFC can win the Super Bowl? And you had some really surprising inclusions in there.
Okay, what surprised you the most?
Well, first of all, the Browns. I mean, I know Deshaun Watson is the quarterback, but these are still the Browns we're talking about.
But I think the Browns are better, and the Bengals were in the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah, I know.
Your Dolphins could be a surprise. You heard Daniel Jeremiah talk about these Jets.
I was interested if you were going to get there.
I would never put the Jets in the conversation. They've won one Super Bowl in the history of that franchise. We all remember the infamous Super Bowl III with Joe Namath.
It was a big one. If you're going to win one, that was a big one.
It has been a long time since they've seen the Super Bowl. And Zach Wilson, I like Zach Wilson coming out of BYU. People are swearing that he is going to be that second-year guy that really turns it around.
I mean, I'll have to see it to believe it, but, I mean, it could happen. We've seen it before.
Saw it with Josh Allen.
Yeah, we've seen it before. The Titans were a little bit of a surprise. I know they were the 1 seed last year, but Ryan Tannehill in the postseason, I mean, I just don't know that you win a Super Bowl with Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah, and look, I think Matt Ryan, I mean, when you looked at the Colts last year with Carson Wentz, it was a good team because of Jonathan Taylor. But I think Matt Ryan, it's probably an upgrade. I know he's in the twilight of his career. But if Matt Ryan, plays really good football, if he reverts back to a couple of years ago, Colts could be a surprise. The Raiders could be really good too.
Well, we're going to get to see them Thursday night. You excited about this? Jacksonville and Las Vegas Thursday night?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much we're going to see of starters in that game, maybe a series or two.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really excited about Jacksonville just to see year 2 of what Trevor's able to do.
Yeah, I do think that is a fascinating storyline as Trevor Lawrence in year 2 for them. You asked last week, what are your expectations of him in year 2? And I don't know, but I do know Doug Peterson, and that's the point I made, is a really good offensive coach, and he got a lot out of Carson Wentz and Nick Foles. I mean, won the Super Bowl with those two guys.
And Travis Etienne is going to be healthy this year, and that's a guy that they missed the entire year. And going into last season, people were excited to see Urban Meyer, and that ended up being a complete train wreck. But I remember what he said about Etienne. He said, he's going to be our Percy Harvin.
Right.
So he is a guy that can do everything. So I think Jacksonville's going to be improved.
Yeah. Michael asks, any hope for Wentz? Any hope for Carson Wentz?
With the Commanders, that defense is so good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Carson Wentz he never got better. He actually got worse.
I mean, but you loved him, though. You absolutely loved that guy.
I'm telling you, the minute he went
I think
down
you called him best quarterback in the league.
I think he was about to be the best quarterback in the league. I think he was going to be the MVP. And after that injury, it's just never been the same.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. Do you think it slowed him a step or what? But he has not been the same.
I have no idea. Yeah. But they're going to be improved. That division will be fascinating because everybody's got the Cowboys favored to win the division. The Eagles were in the postseason last year. It's a contract year for Daniel Jones in New York, and Carson Wentz seems like an upgraded quarterback for Washington, a team that was just in the postseason.
Thursday night, Jacksonville and the Raiders, 7 o'clock NBC. Dan Mullen is going to ESPN. Those have been the reports that he is going to be an analyst for ESPN. Don't know what the role for him is going to be it in studio, maybe do some game analysis. I think it's a good move for Dan Mullen. You know my feelings on ESPN. When guys former coaches end up on ESPN, they've never sounded smarter.
Look, Dan Mullen's going to coach again.
And I was about to ask you that question. You don't think this means he's done coaching?
No. Look,
Urban Meyer did the same path.
He's done work on the SEC Network, ESPN broadcast in the past. And when you look at the overall record, last year at 6-7, obviously that was unacceptable in the way things played out and some things off the field. And the way Dan Mullen handled himself, I think a lot of that stuff is what came to a head and ultimately ended his career at Florida. But he was 34-15. He was just in the SEC championship game 2 years ago. They were one of the 10 best teams in college football in 2020.
Yeah. He got somewhat, I guess, exposed. I don't know if that's the right word here. But a lot of people wanted to see what Dan Mullen could do with a primo job. And he got a primo job and failed at it. That's why he's got a little stain on his name right now.
I think Dan Mullen, like a lot of coaches, they're only as good as their quarterback. And when you looked at Dan Mullen when he was the offensive coordinator at Utah with Alex Smith, when he was the offensive coordinator at Florida with Tim Tebow, what Dan Mullen was able to do with Dak Prescott, and then what he was able to do with Kyle Trask, those were really good teams based on great quarterbacks, and Dan Mullen had a lot to do with that.
Yeah, Ashley asked an interesting question. She says, evidently his shot in Saban's rehab program was declined. You wonder where he's better getting another job, being in that type of role, which has worked well for guys that have done that under Nick Saban, or being on ESPN. I wonder which one's the better path to him getting a better next job.
Nick Saban.
The analyst role, you think even more so than ESPN?
Well, let's just go to the analyst. Sark now is the head coach of Texas.
No, but he went from analyst to offensive coordinator to Texas head coach.
Yeah. Butch Jones is the head coach at Arkansas State.
DJ Durkin he was defensive coordinator at Ole Miss, now defensive coordinator at Texas A&M.
Yeah, so he's moving his way up.
He's moving his way back up after having lost the Maryland
job. Next stop
job.
is obviously a job like Duke, based on Mike Elko.
Yeah, it's true. For his sake, I hope not.
Yeah, I would say you can't go wrong with either.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised Mullen's not taking the year off. But I guess if you get asked, you might not get asked again.
Again, I just think you've never looked smarter. To me, the ultimate example of this is Mark Gottfried. The guy was fired at Alabama. It had not worked out there at Alabama. He goes and he works on ESPN. And I thought Mark did a pretty good job on ESPN. And he ends up getting the NC State job, which at the time was a better job than the Alabama job. I think that's the perfect example of you've never looked smarter than when you're on ESPN as a former coach.
Well, look, Andy Kennedy with the SEC Network. And Andy, I still don't know to this date if he's a better coach or a better analyst. He's really good at both. And it made so much sense for him to come back to his alma mater.
Right.
But he was going to get a job.
There's no doubt. Or he was going to become one of the biggest college basketball personalities on ESPN. Yeah. I think Andy, had he stuck with SEC Network and ESPN, could have eventually been the Seth Greenberg type role on College Game Day.
Yeah.
Whenever Seth decides to step away.
Well, look, Seth does a good job, but it's more of I don't know.
I think
it's almost like he's barking at you. Andy's very entertaining.
Yeah, if you put Andy, and there's been that rotating spot on that show because guys have gotten jobs. But if you put Andy with Jay Billis and Reese, they would be fantastic.
No, I'll tell you the best example. You say Godfrey, Hubert Davis.
That's true.
Hubert Davis has got the North Carolina job. I know he played at North Carolina. He just played for the national championship.
I know. And went from that game day set to an assistant for Roy Williams and then got the job when Roy left.
Yeah, and I thought it was going to be a disaster. And even talking to Carolina fans back in December, early January, they didn't think this thing was going to work out.
Yeah.
And now, he's recruiting at the highest level. Again, he just played for a national championship. Kerry says Dan Mullen is arrogant, thinks his own intelligence play calling can more than compensate for his complete ineptitude.
A lot of people said that. A lot of people said that.
When we had him on, though, I wasn't a big fan. And then, and we've talked about this. This happens a lot.
He's a personable guy.
We have a guy on and very personable and nice to us, tells good stories. And then you're like, you know what? I like that guy.
Maybe I like this guy. But then I would see him in some press conference settings and interview settings, and he came across, and certainly some of the post-game stuff.
Yeah.
Especially wearing the Darth Vader costume to a post-game after your team had just had one of the more ugly incidents of the year.
Yeah,
I mean, it was
probably should have been fired on the spot.
Maybe so for that one. Our friend Brad Crawford did the most iconic uniforms in college football. He puts Michigan number 1. I've always thought it was a little overrated, honestly, the helmet and all that.
Yeah.
I guess iconic.
I mean, it is iconic.
Yeah.
I kind of like the color scheme because that maize is so different.
Right.
It would not be close to number 1. It'd probably be a top 15 for me.
Yeah. Ohio State number 2. I like that uniform.
I like it too.
Do you like the stickers on the helmet?
I was going to say the only thing about the stickers, it's kind of cool. It's a neat tradition, but I like organization, and
it is a little out there, yeah.
Yeah,
and a lot of times they only do the one side of the helmet.
Yeah, and I like things kind of neat and in place, and everybody's is so different.
It is. Penn State number 3.
Did he go white or blue?
Well, it's he doesn't. Navy and white were made for each other. I think he's just doing the overall uniform. I think all these are going to be the home. You like the road better, though.
I do.
Do you like the road Penn Ohio State better? So that's one where I think I like the home better.
I like the road better.
I think I like the home better. You are a white jersey guy. Texas number 4. I'm fine with either one there.
Yeah, Texas, great uniform.
Notre Dame number 5. Alabama number 6.
Notre Dame, the only thing that really grabs me is the helmet, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're willing to do an alternate uniform more than you would think Notre Dame would be.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird, such a tradition-rich program.
Yeah, I don't mind alternate uniforms in the NFL. I just don't think with the tradition of college football that alternate uniforms are needed.
Oklahoma 7?
No.
You don't like that one?
I don't like it.
Georgia 8? Again, they've messed with that uniform a lot, but when it's the red jersey, silver britches.
Silver britches is hard to beat.
It's hard to beat that one. I was just in Athens over the weekend, and that whole town is
my favorite college town. You're not a huge fan, though, are you?
I didn't say I wasn't a huge fan of Athens. I like Athens fine. Athens is a college town, though. Yeah. I mean, it's a college town.
But I'm just saying, if you want a full college experience for a weekend, to me, you can't beat Athens.
A game weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that. The times I've been to Athens on a game weekend, an incredible atmosphere. He's got LSU number 9. I've always liked the LSU uniform. Yeah. You get a lot of white jersey there because they wear it at home and on the road.
Yeah. But I like it, and I like the color purple.
Yeah, the purple and yellow together.
But I like the white jersey better.
Yeah. And then finally, USC number 10. I find that criminally low.
Yeah, that is.
Just the logo, those two colors together.
Yeah.
I thought that was a little bit low.
Yeah,
Especially the road uniform.
Again, I think that color scheme's great. That's why I like Iowa State's uniform. I like Minnesota's a little bit. It's a little too dark.
Iowa State's gets a little. The yellow's a little different than the USC one. It's like a brighter yellow or something like that.
But I still like Iowa State's.
Yeah, USC's of that color scheme is much better. That's Brad Crawford. If you want to go see the whole thing 24/7, I've already closed it. Don't ask me any questions.
I was just going to ask you this. Yeah. Tennessee. To me, those are iconic uniforms. I mean, stay away from the smoky gray, the blacks, and that kind of stuff.
When they just do the orange and the white?
Yeah, the orange and the white. I think the problem there is people hate orange.
That is a very loud orange, but I've always,
It works, though.
Yeah, it does work, and the fans embrace it. I mean, like if you go to a home game in Neyland Stadium, that place is all orange.
Oh, it's great.
And when they come to a road game in Auburn or Tuscaloosa you go to, you know where the Tennessee fans are.
I've never been
they embrace that color.
I've never been a fan of Florida State's uniform. Jeremy's asking. I've never been a fan of Florida's uniforms.
No, I'm with you.
Never
on that
been a fan of Miami's uniforms.
No, I'm with you on that one.
And Central Florida. All the Florida schools have got bad uniforms.
You don't like a single Florida uniform.
South Florida's terrible.
The Bull, the Green Bull.
Oh,
you might be right. There might not be a good uniform in the state of Florida. I don't disagree with you on that one. Before we get to trash, Lance growing his hair back thanks to our guy, Dr. B. You ran into him.
I ran into Dr. B and his lovely wife in Publix yesterday. And look, I didn't have a hat on. Dr. B said, hey, looking good.
Shake your head.
Hey, with age for most comes a little hair loss. I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy that you need to call. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed the genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state of Alabama offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting. Went over my options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which I watched. I actually did the treatment last night while watching that really disturbing documentary last night. But Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. And make sure you tell him the Next Round sent you.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
Almost time for trash. This might surprise you. Also from Matt Hayes. We gave his over-unders earlier. You reacted to those from Saturday Down South from his First and 10 column today. Great reading. I read it every single Monday when he writes it. Who do you think led the Southeastern Conference in plays from scrimmage 30 or more yards? 30 or more yards plays from scrimmage. This team had 41 that led the SEC.
Last year?
Last season.
I would say, this is going to be kind of a surprise, I would say it's Tennessee.
I would have probably guessed Tennessee or Alabama. It was Georgia. Isn't that a surprise to you?
That's a surprise.
A number of them were obviously runs. Now, I saw Matt's number. I was going to try to pull it up, and I should have done so. Here we go. Lone scrimmage.
I was going to say,
right here.
Guarantee you it's not Kentucky or Texas A&M.
Alabama was actually well down. So Georgia had 41 plays of 30 or more yards. Tennessee had 38. That's who I would have guessed.
Yep.
It was very close. Arkansas and Missouri both had 34. Florida with 33. Alabama and Ole Miss both with 32. Your bottom of the conference, Vandy 14, Mississippi State 18. That air raid just doesn't produce big, long chunks. Texas A&M 22. South Carolina 24. Auburn 26. LSU 27. Kentucky 28. Those are plays of 30 or more yards. I was surprised to see Georgia lead that.
Yeah, me too.
But that's I've verified the stats. Obviously, it's not that I had to, but that's according to Matt Hayes, Saturday Down South. It's interesting, though, that Florida led it with 41 the year before. LSU had 53 in that 2019 offense.
That
offense was
me.
incredible, wasn't it? 53 in 2019.
Yeah, it was the best offense in college football history.
Yeah. Ole Miss had 51 the year before. They ended up with 53 that year.
Trying to remember, did that team average 50 points?
Who, LSU?
Yeah, I think it was close.
I think it was 51, Lance. I know that sounds insane, but I think
it's 48.
Are you sure?
48.4, yeah.
God, I thought they had 51.
Yeah, because
Alabama averaged 47. I mean, they were bang, those two together.
Alabama actually in 20 averaged more.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. That Alabama night, that 2020 offense, it's probably historically going to get maybe some context because of the COVID year.
Yeah.
I think people are going to dismiss what that offense did, but that offense went up and down the field.
To average 48.5 points, to average more than LSU did in 2019 against an all-SEC schedule is pretty amazing.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right about that. I was looking to see LSU and Alabama led in scoring offense that year in 2019. Those are two good offenses. Joe Burrow and Tua Tagovailoa until Tua got in.
Remind me of 2020. So they beat Ohio State for the national championship. They beat Notre Dame in the semifinals.
That's right, Notre Dame in the semifinals. Actually, Kent State in 2020 led the country with 49 a game, but they only played 4 games. So of the teams that actually played a full schedule that year, Alabama had the lead. All right, it is time for what we do every single day. Trash, Rockstar. If you don't mind, please hit the button.
Vision Cable. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable Vision.
Okay, now Comcast Cable.
Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cable Vision.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, mortgage rates have risen and market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. With Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance program, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can get you into the home of your dreams before rates rise to unimaginable highs. They've got the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get a new home before your chance is gone. NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender. I've got offbeat holidays right here in the month of August. I cannot believe it's August.
It is crazy to think about.
That's why I finally broke out Rams gear.
I see that you broke out Rams gear. That's a good looking
champions.
Shirt. Yeah, I've heard that. I like that shirt, by the way.
Thanks, man.
It's very lightweight, isn't it?
It is.
I like those lightweight hoodies.
I
like
do
that.
too.
We've got a TNR one that I really like. Maybe in October I'll start wearing them again. My little one pointed out last night, my about to be a third grader, that tomorrow starts August, and you know what that means, Dad? I said, football season. She goes, no, it means school starts back.
It's a depressing month.
Hey, you know what's crazy is 2 weeks from today, my daughter starts classes.
In college?
Yeah.
Isn't that nuts? Yeah. Take a minute there.
Okay, anyway, here are offbeat holidays in August. August 5th, International Beer Day.
Well, it's quite often celebrated right here in this studio. We have our own keg.
Yeah, we've got Stella, too.
That's right.
From Belgium.
Yep, quite often celebrated right here. International Beer Day, huh?
I'll drink one. When is the 5th?
That's Friday.
That's Friday. You're out. You're off.
Oh, I'm off.
Damn it. Okay, you have to
come
in.
to the show. Come to the show and leave right after the show.
You can't miss International Beer Day.
Yeah, check-in's not until 4 o'clock anyway. I mean, what are you rushing down there for?
Okay, August 8th, Fried Chicken and Waffle Day.
Love them both, not together.
I like chicken and waffles. I do not like it when it's like on the bone chicken. If you're going to do chicken and waffles, make it tenders.
Yeah, and I'm almost, I
It's
almost
a lot, though.
would like to have like the chicken minis from Chick-fil-A.
You know, that's a good idea.
Yeah, and then you put that on a really good waffle with a ton of syrup and
I
butter.
may try that.
Yeah. I think that's the way to do it because you can just get one of those in a bite. You cut your waffle off, you get the bite.
I may try that.
You know what I did last night?
Good idea. What?
I did hot dogs for me and Ladybird on the grill.
Okay.
And
How does she like her dog?
I like mine with raw eyes.
No, she just eats her plain.
Okay.
But she destroys them.
Oh, I bet.
But I did 2 of them, and I did bun. I put Wickles under the hot dog.
Okay.
Then I put coleslaw on top of the hot dog. And then I did the Captain sauce from Firehouse.
Ooh, interesting. Interesting that you have on hand the Captain sauce from
Does it still
Firehouse.
come in a fire hydrant?
No, I didn't. I've been doing the hamburger heaven sauce, but I ran out, so I got to get some more from Pete. Happy birthday to Pete this past weekend.
Yeah.
Ran into him at a local restaurant. But it was really good because it had just enough spice, but the sweetness too with the coleslaw and the Wickles.
Yeah, I stopped at the Varsity. I don't know if you like the Varsity.
I do. I mean, I like the Varsity when I'm hungover. I think it's a bit overrated.
Yeah, maybe so. But I got 2 chili slaw dogs. That's so good.
Really is.
So good.
I love a slaw dog.
I do too.
So August 10th is S'mores Day. I think we all agree. Overrated.
Yep.
Too much work.
I'll
too messy.
pass on August 10th. Yeah, not a big s'mores guy.
Rockstar, you gonna love this? August 13th, International Left-Handers Day.
It's a big day. It's a big day. At
All
my
the
house.
weirdos celebrate. Hey, Tua, that's a big day for Tua, man. Rockstar, you and Tua are both left-handed.
Who do you think will be more healthy on that day? He or I?
Let's say what?
Who do you think will be healthier that day? He or I?
Okay.
I heard the chuckle back
Yeah,
there.
it's a
Matt in
funny
the chat
joke every
room,
time.
I was just telling my wife that Chick-fil-A needs to bring a chicken and waffles to the menu. I
Why do they
agree.
not do that? That'd be a great breakfast for them.
And it's a Southern thing.
Well, I think they're doing just fine.
You don't think they have to add anything?
Don't complicate that menu anymore. Everybody swears about their mac and cheese. I never get it. I got it picked up for the boys this past weekend for Jack and his cousin. They were out swimming. So I had the roommate pick them up some Chick-fil-A on our way back, and they both got the mac and cheese. And then some people came over to the pool, and everybody was raving about the mac and cheese. I don't know if I've had it.
I've had
I
it.
don't think I've had.
I've had it. Yeah, my little one likes it.
August 16th is the next round's first birthday. It's
a big holiday.
Big holiday.
It's a big holiday. It's also going to be our kickoff party
We working that day?
at Walk-Ons in Hoover. Yeah, well, not only are we working that day, we're doing a kickoff party that night.
Okay.
We're working all day. Walk-Ons in Hoover. Do people need to RSVP for that, Lance, or just show up?
I think Taylor is working on all that, but
Okay.
I think our listeners out there just need to show up.
Can we promote the deal that our fine presenting sponsor, Bud Light? Can we promote that yet?
Let me send that
tuned.
text.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, because I think we do have something that's going to be really unique to the party.
That's right. Stay tuned from our friends at Bud Light next.
Yeah, I'll text it. Break.
Yeah.
You're going to love this
calories,
next one.
0 carbs. Bud Light
August 18th is fajita day. You
love me some fajitas.
will not be able to get them at Spear.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
That smoke.
Yeah, love me some fajitas.
August 26th is National Dog Day.
I like hot dogs.
Finally treat her nicely, get her a good meal.
I'm getting her Wagyu on August 26th.
Yeah, good.
It's ridiculous.
But she gets that on August 1st.
No, she gets it for her birthday, for Christmas, for Thanksgiving, for Rams Super Bowl.
How big a piece of Wagyu do you get her?
Just like 3 or 4 ounces.
Oh, well, that ain't cheap.
She loves it though.
Well, I mean, Lance, she'd eat a truck stop steak.
Has she ever had kibble? Did she eat that?
No, she's got some high-end stuff from Hollywood
Do you
Feed.
garnish her plate?
See, like this morning when I gave her the 1 scoop of her food, then I put some shredded cheese on the top.
You know, I was in Hollywood. My wife gets Charlie's food from Hollywood Feed, and I had to swing by and get it one time. And I can't remember what flavor she gets for him. You know, they got all those special flavors. But I'm standing in line to buy it, and the lady says, "Does your dog like the taste of that?" I'm like, well, I mean, what kind of question is that?
See, there's 2 different dog owners, Brown and Lance.
Yeah, I know. You know what I told her?
He's a dog.
You know what I told her? I said, well, you know, our dog eats his own crap sometimes, so I don't think he's terribly discerning.
I bet they don't like you there, do they?
I mean, what kind of question? Does your dog like the taste of that? I mean, dogs will eat freaking anything. Of course he likes the taste of it. And you know what? He and I have not conversed about it.
Poor Charlie's never going to get to go to Good Dog, is he?
What is Good Dog?
Oh, it's the dog bar downtown.
Downtown?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Gosh, no. I'm not going to drive all the way downtown with a dog in the car.
Me and Lady Bird are going today.
Okay. Will you take Charlie?
2 types.
Yeah.
And finally, August 28th is Go Topless Day.
Rockstar?
28th is on a Sunday
No,
this year. Dang it.
You got to go to church topless.
Greg, our man Greg from Pell City, I make the best hot dog you've ever eaten. I'll guarantee it. I've got a secret the way I make it. I'll bring you guys one day.
Hey, I am all in, Greg.
I did it last night. I'm in today.
Challenge accepted. I'll be the judge of that.
Hey, there's really 2 people, too. People that like hot dogs and people that hate hot dogs.
Yeah, I don't guess there's a whole lot in between. I love hot dogs.
I do, too, and they're so easy.
They are easy.
I like them, but I don't crave them. Like, man, I want a hot dog tonight.
I'll tell you, that's something you can't get wrong on the grill either. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah, I mean, now I think you can cook them too long. I don't like them to look like a burn victim.
Yeah,
but,
no, I get that. But, you know, it's just one of those you can throw them on. You don't really have to keep up with the time. You go out, you flip it, and you kind of just look at it and you know it's ready.
And I like an exotic hot dog, but I'm actually pretty simple on mine. Normally, I just go spicy mustard and kraut. That's all I put on them.
Wow. So are you one of the, you should only put mustard on a hot dog?
Oh, no, I don't care what you put on it. You just put on it what you want.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I only go spicy mustard and kraut.
See, I go ketchup and mayonnaise. People think I'm crazy.
I like ketchup and mayonnaise. I don't know about a hot dog, though.
See, I'm just not a big mayonnaise
I wouldn't
guy.
want ketchup on it.
Yeah.
I can do mayonnaise.
Now, I do like I said yesterday, I had a slaw dog. Something that I've had.
Pimento cheese on a dog.
Oh, yeah,
is
I've
good.
had that. That's good. Do you like the Chicago dog that's got all that stuff on it?
Not really.
That celery seed and all that stuff?
I mean, again, last night I had to eat mine with a knife and fork.
Yeah. Oh, I don't mind a knife and fork dog. In fact, I prefer those.
Yeah.
I'll try Greg's, though. If Greg thinks he's the best, let's go.
So we've got a 4-year-old Missouri boy made it close to making the next round of a national competition celebrating the mullet. Cannon Hepner of New Bloomfield has been growing his hair all his life, according to his Aunt Kate. Cannon, oh my gosh.
Holy crap, that's a heck
It
of a mullet.
looks like a girl, though, a girl with a mullet.
How old is this kid, Rockstar?
He's 4.
He's 4?
He's happy, man.
He is happy, though.
His parents should be ashamed.
Yeah.
We got another picture of him. Here's him and Mom.
His mom?
Yeah. She looks like she cuts her own hair, too.
Yeah, I was about to say.
He's got longer hair than his mom.
He does.
I mean, do they live out there?
That is a mullet.
I mean, that's one of the worst Kentucky waterfalls I have ever seen.
Now, his mother, Laura, entered him in the 2022 USA Mullet Championships in the 1-year-old to 12-year-old division. Anyway, he fell just short, but they're going to take part again next year.
Well, good luck to them.
That is unbelievable.
That is unbelievable. What a mullet.
Do you think he'll just get conditioned to wearing the mullet? And
I think so. Yep.
Sad. How about this? A Saudi prince is going to allocate $1 trillion because he wants to build the Mirror Line. It's a horizontal skyscraper. It's going to be higher than the Empire State Building. This thing is nuts. So the skyscraper will be called the Mirror Line. It will consist of 2 parts with a height of 1,600 feet. For comparison, the height of the Empire State Building is 1,250 feet. The Mirror Line will be in the top 15 tallest buildings of the world, take 13th place if nothing taller is built by then. The Mirror Line expected to take how long to build?
Well, he's putting $1 trillion in. I'm going to say it'll take him 12 years.
They say 50 years.
50?
Yeah, Prince is pretty ambitious, though. He wants the project completed by 2030. Probably will have you beheaded if you
Probably
don't.
so, yeah.
We can do it in 50 years. I'll give you 8.
So what's the thought behind this here? What are we doing? What are we doing?
The two parts of the skyscraper will run through the desert, coast, and mountains parallel to each other. Now, this thing is amazing. There's nothing around it. How do you get there?
Yeah, I don't.
By camel?
I don't get this.
Looks like something in the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
It really does. It says it will have separate underground high-speed train line. Okay, I guess that's how you get there.
All right.
Stadium at a height of 1,000 feet and a pier for ships.
Okay.
I'm going to take my Sea-Doo up there.
So, like this is an office building?
It's a commercial real estate.
Commercial? What? It's a whole city?
I don't want to live there.
I'd literally rather die than live in that city.
Yeah, I think I would too.
It looks awful.
What are y'all doing outside today? I think we're going to the woods section.
Well,
We're heading to the woods.
You better not like them too much. There's like 5 trees.
No, you get outside of the woods.
That looks horrible.
No, that's like a Game of Thrones thing.
Yeah, that looks stupid. That'll never get built.
Okay, here are
I am
things-
on the record saying that will never get built right, so they'll never put shovel in ground.
Language experts from U.S.-based language learning app Preply have revealed phrases, things you should never say during a breakup. The first one, don't say, I don't think this is going to work out. Instead, you say, I value the time we've spent together, but right now a romantic relationship is not best for us, and I think we should break up.
That will make it easier. I mean, do they really think this is going to matter?
Don't say it's not you, it's me.
It's not you, it's me.
Instead, say, I've really enjoyed spending time with you. However, I'm not in the right place to be in a relationship right now. I need some time to figure out what I want, and I need to do that alone.
Well, we have lost our ability to be direct in this world.
No. How about don't say, I love you, but I'm not in love with you. Say, as much as I think we get on really well, I think we should end things as I think we would be much happier apart or with other people than we are together.
It's basically saying, look, we can be a lot happier just if we're not in each other's lives.
Wait a minute. I thought you said you loved me.
Well, I love you, but I'm not in love with you.
Okay.
And how about this one? I don't want to be with other people. Instead, or no, don't say I want to be with other people.
Okay.
Instead, say, although I've enjoyed spending time with you, I have realized that I don't want to be in a relationship and I'm enjoying my independence at the moment. It's not fair to keep stringing you along, so I think we should end things now.
It's not that I want to be with other people. I kind of want to be with Julie. But
not just other people, specifically other people, yes. That is Trash, presented by...
Our
dead ringer
friends
right there.
at Mortgage Right. It seems like everywhere we turn these days, there's concern of a rising cost or gas prices. Now there's even talk of a recession. If you're a homeowner with outstanding credit card debt or other high interest payments, it's time to put your home equity to work for you. Don't walk into a recession with large payments on bad debt. Our friends at Mortgage Right can help you knock down stubborn debt and gain more financial freedom. How is this possible? Home values also on the rise. That means you could leverage your home's equity for a cash out refinance to fund whatever needs funding, credit card debt, home repairs, college tuition, and more. Reach out to Mortgage Right. Learn how much you can save each and every month. Call Mortgage Right locally 205-815-9200 or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
All right, we will return on the next round with our 40 and 40 team presented by Baumhauer's. That is next. It is the next round presented by Bud Light. Next, only 80 calories, 0 carbs wherever you buy your beer. By Bud Light Next, a proud presenting sponsor of the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Payton designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Hey, it's Jim Denaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
We continue on the next round. Time for our 40 and 40, Lance, as we look at 40 teams and 40 shows leading up to the start of college football, which, by the way, we are 26 days away from the kick of college football today, week 0, 31 days away from that first Thursday night, which includes UAB and Tennessee, 33 days away from that first Saturday, Alabama, Auburn, the rest of the SEC, most of the rest of college football. And that's got us looking at 40 teams and 40 shows presented by Baumhauer's.
Yeah, Baumhauer's. Bob Baumhauer, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama way back in 1981 to Wings and Things. They are celebrating 40 years. And with that, they have brought a limited time inflation sucks menu, their featured item of the week. I absolutely love this dish. The char-grilled Jamaican jerk chicken.
Oh, it's so good.
The marinated jerk seasoned grilled chicken breast topped with the homemade mango salsa, served with the fresh hand-cut broccoli, black beans, and white rice with their cilantro lime sour cream. Only $9.99. It is delicious. Get in. Enjoy that menu. Baumhauer's is here to save you a few bucks with the limited time inflation sucks menu. They're celebrating 40 years at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Number 19 today, we go to the Big Ten, one of the weird conversations we like to have on this show. We had it the other day. Coaches who look like their program We determined that Paul Chryst in Wisconsin might be the best coach-program match as far as looks go in all of college football.
Yeah, and look, in this Wisconsin team coming off a 9-win season, Jahmyr Gibbs got brought up earlier.
That's right.
And Will Shipley, and that was Daniel Jeremiah talking about guys that are going to be in the Heisman conversation. If you didn't watch Braylon Allen last year as a true freshman, he looked like a guy that's already in the NFL. I mean, big physical back, 6'2", 240 pounds. He averaged almost 7 yards per carry as a true freshman, as an 18-year-old. Had almost 1,300 yards, 12 touchdowns. He's going to be the focal point of this offense. For whatever reason, Graham Mertz, I think, was the highest recruited quarterback ever signed to Wisconsin.
That is correct.
And this guy he's been so average, even below average at times.
You wonder if it's system, though. I do.
He's coming back for his fourth year, but he's classified as a sophomore.
Yeah, it's weird.
So we'll have a lot more Graham Mertz. They're only returning 8 starters, but for whatever reason, the defense is always lights out under Jim Leonard. It only gave up a little over 16 points per game last year. When you go back to 2015, they gave up less than 14 points per game. In 2019, less than 17 points per game. 2017, 13.9 points per game. This defense is always really, really good.
He'll be a head coach one day soon, Jim Leonard. I like that guy.
Got it coming up on 4 downs.
Oh, okay, good. They should be 3-0 when they go to Ohio State, Lance. Illinois State, Washington State, New Mexico State before they play Ohio State.
Yeah.
A lot of states in the first half of their schedule.
Yeah, they will be 3-0, and then even after Ohio State, they get a break with back-to-back weeks against Illinois and Northwestern. So to me, this is a team that will open 5-1. Then it gets interesting. We'll see what happens after that. Swing games against Michigan State, Purdue, at Iowa, at Nebraska, then to Minnesota. It's a really difficult schedule. I think they're going to be favored in anywhere from 8 to 9 games. But your defense loses 8 of the top 10 tacklers, but Jim Leonard is so good at getting these guys in his system. I still think Wisconsin's going to be really good, and I think they've got another opportunity at winning 9 or 10 games.
The landing in that division, so fascinating. At Iowa, at Nebraska, Minnesota. Your division's probably determined in those 3 games there.
I would agree.
That is team number 19, the Wisconsin Badgers, and our 40 Teams at 40 shows presented by Baumhauer.
And again, Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years here in the state of Alabama. Stop in, try out that Inflation Sucks menu. Baumhauer's is here to save you a few bucks. They've got you covered with their most affordable menu options. Featured item of the week, the char grilled Jamaican jerk chicken. You get that jerk seasoned grilled chicken breast topped with the homemade mango salsa, served with the fresh hand-cut broccoli, black beans, white rice, the cilantro, a lime sour cream, only $9.99. Get in for lunch or dinner to Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Paul Chryst, a top 20 coach for you, top 15 in the country.
Did you realize he's been there 8 years now?
You know, I did not. Yeah. He replaced Bielema, though. No, he did not. Gary Anderson, right, had that job from Utah State for like 2 years.
But, you know, he's done a really good job. He's 65-23 there. Yeah. 6-1 in bowl games.
You know, I think
and they do have a home field advantage when you talk about Camp Randall. They're 35-8 under him at home.
Yeah. You know, I think that Barry Alvarez made us forget how difficult that job once was. Like when you and I were growing up, what was Wisconsin football?
It was nothing. And I would say this, even where, you know, Barry Alvarez actually started this thing, Bielema had really good Wisconsin teams. Gary Anderson even had a good team or two. And then Paul Chryst has been really consistent. It seems like all the recruits are 2- and 3-star guys.
I know. It does seem like they're just winning with system. Now, they're part of that division that Ivan Maisel, we talked about this last week on 3 Sports, basically said, I don't know if that division can win a national championship. You know, it's slow, plodding football. He said they're a 4-wheel drive in a Maserati world in that division, and they're kind of the face of this, Wisconsin is. It's the style Paul Chryst plays, and by and large it does well. When he runs up against the more athletic teams, like Ohio State, we saw them against Alabama. It has not trended well for them, though, when they play those super athletic teams.
You know, and in 2017, they were so close to a college football playoff. You know, they finished the regular season at 12-0. They've got a 1-game situation against Ohio State, and they lose that game by 6 points.
Yeah.
So even with that style, they have come so close to getting to a college football playoff.
Yeah. Chad says Wisconsin may be consistently good. It's a terrible watch. I would choose Madison over, my eyesight. Madison over those slow Big Ten teams any day.
Yeah,
Michigan.
no.
I'm sorry, Michigan.
No, Maction.
God, it's time for glasses.
Oh, it's time to go see Dr. Michaels.
I've talked to him, though, and it's the Okay, so here's what happened. Full
Stigmatism.
disclosure, the stigmatism. Full disclosure, my computer died because I didn't have it plugged in enough. And I normally read those off my computer, but I had to read it off the screen right there.
I got it for you, man.
No, if I squint like this, I can see it just fine because of the stigmatism, but that looks weird on.
No, I'll tell you. So
weird on camera.
font, and especially this the font on the Phil
Yeah.
Steele, which we talked about, is so small that I'm getting to a point where I'm going to have to get readers. I just don't know when that is. Have you gone to the big font on the text yet?
No, I haven't because my up close is fine. It's my distance viewer with the stigmatism. I'm fine up close.
So have you already been screened out?
Again, they say I'm not, because of the stigmatism, I'm not good. That's what Jennifer Michelson said. I trust her judgment on this.
Yeah. Okay.
Lance, tell them about Bromberg's.
Our friends at Bromberg's, look, if you're thinking about popping the question, they are your diamond specialists. Get in and see them. Just fantastic job. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. Family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store. Go to brombergs.com.
Luginbill is dialed in early. We'll get to him at the top of the hour, but he just texted me as like, who are the senior citizens that are hosting the show talking about their bad eyesight?
Oh, so he's the guy with the glasses that we're looking at right now.
We'll get on Luginbill in just a little bit. We're going to talk some college football with ESPN's Tom Luginbill when we return. This hour is presented by Champy's world famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. Lugs talks TV shows, movies, and plenty of college football next.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We go to our final live hour. Great news. Lunch is here, boys, from our friends at Culver's.
I didn't know it was coming. I guess maybe DW told us.
He
and I just
did. He
forgot.
did. Cannot wait to dig into one of those Wisconsin pub cheeseburgers.
I was asking somebody yesterday about Culver's, how far west you guys go. Because y'all started in the Midwest, right?
Arizona.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll have the whole country covered at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, some gaps in between. We'll need to fill those gaps, please.
We can help.
We can help. Let's talk some college football. Our buddy Tom Luginbill joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. ESPN getting ready to get his season started. What's up, Lugs? How are you?
I'm good, man. I was just trying to make sure I could see you guys okay. Make sure I'm up to speed listening to your conversation before your break. Hey, listen, Ryan, I'm not kidding around, dude. I feel your pain. It would have been, let's see, I was the head coach at Detroit in the Arena League. This would have been 2004, maybe. And my wife's looking at me going, why are you squinting at the TV? I'm like, I'm not squinting at the TV. And she goes, yeah, you are. I didn't realize I was doing it, right? So I come to find out that I have a slight astigmatism, right? So I can pretty much do everything without my glasses, see, drive the whole 9 yards. But if I needed to see like a ticker, right, like along the bottom of the screen or something on a computer, that really hurt me. And then the dagger to the chest. My last checkup last year, they said, all right, dude, you're moving from the astigmatism to the progressive lenses.
Oh.
So now I'm like full blown, at least they're like blended now, like there's technology.
Yeah.
But you talk about messing with your eyes and messing with your head, man. It's a killer. But I will say this, stop fighting it. Go get it because it will change your life if you have bad eyes.
Yeah, the problem with my stigmatism is if I look like it looks so stupid, but if I do that, I'm fine. It's just the way it lines up. I don't know why.
Hey, I've started to bust.
It's just like they say, well, then don't do that.
Don't do that. Then I can't read.
You know what the worst look is? Look at it. I've started to do this. If I go to a dark restaurant, I have to bust out the flashlight on the phone.
No, you don't.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if it's a dark restaurant with and especially restaurants that do the daily menu, they print it. The font is so small, and it's a dark restaurant. I mean, what am I supposed to do?
Have you guys reached a level yet that when you're driving at night and you're looking for a place that you're not familiar with, that you have to turn down the radio?
Oh, all the time. Yes.
Always turn down the radio.
I gotta concentrate. What
does it matter with us?
I don't know. We're old farts.
So ridiculous. Hey,
do you at least dim the light on your phone before you do it? Because nothing drives me crazier than a dark restaurant and somebody's just waving around the flashlight.
I try, yeah.
Okay,
good.
Yeah.
Hey, back to the Arena League. What was your first year in the Arena League?
As a player, it would have been 96 and 97. and I used that money to pay for my master's degree. And then as a coach, it would have been spring of '98, I think.
Okay. Well,
yeah, spring of '98, because I was double dipping between NFL Europe and the Arena League as a quality control coach, and then still trying to play and make some money.
Well, the reason I ask, I'm a big Rams guy, and I went to see American Underdog back around
don't
Christmas.
get started.
Well,
they didn't even put it in there.
Well, I just wanted to ask you. I don't know what you're talking about, what they didn't put in there, but I thought what was interesting is they did some of the real clips from the Arena League, and you had Golick and Herb Street actually doing the broadcast.
Both of them have broadcasted games that I either coached or played in at some point. Merrill Hodge and I used to joke like crazy. He used to do a bunch of those games on TV. So that was a really good movie, though. Pretty well represented. I thought it was really entertaining.
Well, what did they not put in there? What were you talking about?
So some people know this, a lot of people don't know this, but my dad was the head coach at Amsterdam at that time. And he was the one that got Kurt out of the Arena League, signed by the Rams, and allocated over to him in NFL Europe. And they completely left that entire thing out of the story. Like if you go to Kurt's Hall of Fame induction, my mom and dad are sitting in like the second row. So basically the deal was Kurt was making a really good living. He was doing really, really good. He had gotten involved with Brenda and the kids, and he could not afford to take a chance on NFL Europe by going into the free agent pool by giving up the situation he had in the Arena League. So the only way he would agree to do it is if an NFL team signed him and allocated him over there so that he would be under contract when he came back from Europe. He would go to camp with the NFL team. Well, everybody said no. All right. The fabrication in the movie is that the Rams came and found him. That's not true. That's not true even in the least bit. The guy, Jim Foster, that plays the coach of the Iowa Barnstormers in that movie.
Bruce McGill.
Bruce McGill. He's actually the owner of that franchise, not the coach, and was the creator of the original Arena Football. The coach at that time was a guy by the name of John Gregory. And so my dad went around to everybody in the league, everybody. They all said no, except for Dick Vermeil. Charlie Army was the general manager of the Rams at that time. John Becker was the player personnel director, and they were the only ones that said yes and said, yeah, we'll do it. There was no downside to them. If you didn't pan out, they just cut him. Like it was a no-brainer, easy thing to do. And that's the big part of that story and I know the story focused more on him and Brenda and their love affair and the life that they've developed, but that's actually how it occurred.
Wow. So without your dad, we might not know who Kurt Warner is.
Absolutely. I could pretty much tell you there's 100% certainty of that. Now,
I wouldn't have seen the Rams win a Super Bowl.
That's right. Al Luginbill gave you a Super Bowl. Yeah.
Well, it's funny, too, because on that team was, Marshall Falk. So that was my dad recruited and coached at San Diego State. The center, and he's actually in the movie, too, Tom Newton.
Yeah.
He was the center over, and my dad drafted him when they took Kurt. So he played in NFL Europe with Kurt. In that NFL Europe team, by the way, Kurt was the starter and Jake Delhomme was the backup.
Wow. Jeez. What a deep team.
Yeah. Crazy, right? But
yeah,
that's always a really neat thing for us and our family. In fact, we did a movie screening out in Arizona and did a Q&A thing with my dad and Kurt and his wife at a movie theater out there. I got to fly out there and go do it. And Kurt was just really kind enough to do something like that because he knew the cut that did. He had to call my dad. He goes, Al, hey, I don't know how to tell you this, but it's not in the movie, man.
It's unbelievable.
He's like, all right.
I think that's even a cooler story, though.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it was really neat. Like, I'll never forget, I was in training camp that year with them doing some quality control stuff, whatever. And I'll never forget, because I had been familiar with Kurt as a player in the Arena League, and I was very familiar with him, and we would, and seen film of him, and this guy's pretty dang good, and he's just lighting up the whole entire thing. Who knows? He may have eventually ended up on an NFL roster at some point if he would have continued on the pace he was at. He was lighting that league on fire. And I'll never forget, because we had Kurt Warner in training camp then, and then fast forward to 2001, I had Tommy Maddox in the XFL, And he had just come out of the Arena Football League. He was playing in New Jersey, right? So he comes out of the Arena League. And both players, Kurt and Tommy, said to me on 2.5, 3 years different time, the exact same phrase. They said, every quarterback coming out of college should have to play in the Arena Football League first and then go back to the outdoor game. They both said, I can't believe how slow the game is. Like when they went from the indoor to the outdoor, the game just slowed down. And both of those players said the exact same thing to me, almost 3 years apart from each other. And it was crazy because Kurt was a terrible practice player the first 3 weeks of training camp. But every time we got in the scrimmage or we got in some type of competitive element, he was the best player on the roster. He's just one of those guys.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You can follow him at Tom Luginbill. Let's talk Tennessee real quick. It's a team I think can go 10-2. I think they can go 10-2. But if they don't, what is going wrong for Tennessee? Because I really like Hendon Hooker. They've got maybe the best receiver in the Southeastern Conference. What's going wrong if they didn't go 10-2?
Buying the hype. Allowing distractions and clutter to get in the way of, them focusing on what matters, and that's the Tennessee football program and the on-field product. I don't think what came out here in the last couple of weeks helps them. It's just another distraction because then it's that looming cloud that kind of just hangs over the program. I remember myself, Dave Pash, and Dusty Dvorak. We had that Tennessee Pitt game in week 2 last year. It was a barn burner. It was a noon kick in Knoxville. It was a great football game. And I remember Dusty and I going to practice the day before, and then we were standing there in pregame warmup, and we both kind of looked at each other and it was like, Tennessee's got better players than people think they do. Like when you watched them practice and you looked at some of the guys that they were playing with, it's like these guys aren't necessarily devoid of talent. They might be devoid of a plan or direction or something that just needed to go in the right way for them. And keep in mind, they were starting Joe Milton at that time. And then Joe Milton either got dinged or he was ineffective and they pulled him. And that's what created the whole Hendon Hooker surge. He finished out that game. He almost brought back Tennessee and beat them. And so I think that, listen, I'm always hesitant a little bit with them because I know that there's a lot of, how would you say, otherworldly distractions that have to do with their fan base that always seem to get in the dang way, right? And you're sitting there going, just let this team be this team. Just enjoy what you have, cheer them on. They're obviously heading in the right direction. I don't know how good they're going to be in the defensive back end, guys. I mean, this is a team that their per play model in the passing game and the yards they give up on the pass, I mean, they're going to be able to score, but they can't continue to go into every matchup and say to themselves, well, we're going to have to score 55 to narrow this one out. I don't think they can afford to do that and go 10-2.
This league has got so much quarterback depth. But if I just go in the East, Georgia, Kentucky, Tennessee, South Carolina, Florida, how do you rank those quarterbacks? So I'm just taking Vanderbilt and Missouri out. But, those are 5 quarterbacks that are all really intriguing.
They are really, really intriguing. And I'm one of the few, and I had him in the bowl game last year, and I like him. I'm not drinking the Will Levis Kool-Aid just yet. He's just not consistently sound. He's not consistently productive. We know what he can do with his legs. We know he can run. We know he's got a strong arm. And I don't want to put this on him, but he reminds me of Jake Locker out of Washington, where you look at him and he's so physically impressive and you want to get enamored with him, but I just want to see more consistency, especially when it comes to accuracy in the passing game. Maybe the most physically gifted natural thrower is Spencer Rattler. But I think Spencer Rattler has a long way to go on some of the other intangible dynamics. And how does he lead this football team? How does he perform when maybe he's not on the best team in the conference for the first time in his career? And I'm not going to be one of those guys that hates on Stetson Bennett. If you'd said, all right, pick a guy right now, I'd probably take Stetson Bennett because I know exactly what I'm going to get from Stetson Bennett. And I think that's something that can carry a long way.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, at Tom Luginbill on Twitter. I'm fascinated to see what Jeff Lebby does as offensive coordinator because a lot of people thought that, he was doing a lot of the play calling at Ole Miss. Lane said that, but then a lot of people look and say, I think Lane Kiffin's calling a lot of those plays. There won't be question now, Lugs. It's Jeff Lebby's offense because Venables has historically obviously been a defensive guy. With Dylan Gabriel there, what are your expectations of Jeff Lebby in Oklahoma?
Well, I'll say this: regardless of who's calling the plays, the offense works.
Yep.
Every stop they've been at, and let's not kid ourselves. They got good players too, right? I mean, you're sitting there with a Matt Corral. Prior to that, you're UCF, and what do you got? Mackenzie Milton. You got Dylan Gabriel. Now you got Dylan Gabriel coming back in the fold, so you know what you have at quarterback. You can build the pieces around him, but the scheme works. It's a great college scheme. We've seen what Tennessee has done with it. Jeff Levy and Josh Heupel go way, way back, and it's going to be about players and number of plays. How good of players can we get, and how many plays can we run in a game? I mean, that's going to be the whole entire mode of operation. And that doesn't mean you don't run the ball. It just means that you're going to do it 100 miles an hour. I don't know how far along Oklahoma is in comparisons to their previous seasons. A lot of questions at wideout. Obviously, a lot of losses due to the transfer portal. I think they'll be pretty settled at running back. A lot of work to do on the defensive side, and I think in the offensive line as well. I think they'll be very well coached. They'll have a renewed focus. I'm interested to see how Dylan Gabriel makes the jump from Group of 5 to Power 5. I think we're all pretty confident that he's a pretty darn good player, but that week in and week out test of playing Power 5 personnel each and every week, it's different. It's different than the Group of 5. So be interested to see if he's up to the task.
When we talk elite running backs in college football, most people would say Bijan, then they probably Travion Henderson. But we previewed Wisconsin today, and watching Braylon Allen, especially the second half of the season, as a 17-year-old, Luke, I mean, that guy is 240 pounds. To me, the sky is the limit for Braylon Allen.
Bro, I had them in November against Nebraska at home. So I was so excited. I got to see him in person. He is like a dancing bear. He's so nimble and he's so light on his feet. It's weird. You look at him and he doesn't look like he's running that fast. And then nobody can really get a clean shot on him, but he is a full-blown freight train. I mean, if ever there was a player that defines what, Wisconsin's offensive identity is, it's him without question. And obviously there's been a long line of great backs there. He's going to be a load. I think they're going to be good in their offensive line. I think they're going to be fantastic on defense. I really do. Question is going to be, is Graham Mertz going to ever materialize into the guy that he was recruited to be? Because to this point, he may have come out of high school with maybe more physical attributes than a lot of guys that Wisconsin's taken, but he's kind of played the game the same way as we've seen many Wisconsin quarterbacks play it.
All right, Luke, before you go, any movie or streaming show you would like to recommend to our audience?
So I was disappointed in two recent films. Really disappointed in Nope, the new kind of horror thriller from Jordan Peele. And then I saw Where the Crawdads Sing. I don't know, I got laughed at last night.
My daughter read that book.
Okay.
Yeah, she's about to be a senior in high school, and they had to read that book, and she very much liked the book, but saw the movie last night, and she was just, said it was average.
Yeah, I was too. And unless a book has pop-up pictures or like X's and O's, I don't read. So I don't know what the book was like, but I'm going to give you guys this one if you haven't watched it yet. Go on Apple and watch Blackbird.
I'm watching it.
What do you think?
The only thing that bothers me, I think it's really good. I love the concept. I've seen 3 episodes. The only thing that bothers me is Elton John is a tough guy now. I mean, I can't, because he did such a good job as Elton John, and now I look at him, he's all ripped up, and he's this badass in prison.
I'm going to ruin it for you. I'm going to ruin it for you even more. Just imagine that same actor is Eddie the Eagle.
Oh my God!
You ever seen Eddie the Eagle?
Yeah.
That's Eddie the Eagle. So now I'm going to ruin it for you even more.
Oh my God!
My wife was like, "That's not Eddie the Eagle." I said, "That's Eddie the Eagle." But that show is really good. If you haven't seen that one, I'm glad you're watching that.
Yeah,
it's good.
It's good. Yeah.
Blackbird. What's the premise?
It's a serial killer premise based on a true guy. Lance, had you ever heard of him? My wife had, but I'd never heard of him.
No, and so main character is a drug dealer, gets put in for weapons charges and drugs, and they actually flip him, and he actually becomes an informant for them in one of the toughest prisons. How many deep are you?
No, they make him go into they basically make him go into an insane asylum. Like it's a mental prison to coercion and coerce this guy to admit to telling him where a body is, or he's going to get out of jail and walk free.
Yeah.
Oh, real laugher, huh?
Yeah.
It's a bright.
It's good though,
Ryan.
Hey, and it's Ray Liotta's last
I know.
last
dude,
performance.
that's sad.
Yeah, really sad.
Yeah, no
but
kidding,
but Lugs, I didn't realize he was sick or that he was about to die. But when you watch him at Blackbird, he looks sick.
Yeah, he does not look well. Are you guys watching the Terminal List?
Yeah, I'm on episode 3 on that too.
I'm kind of liking that. And then trying to think. The Old Man. Did we talk about that last week?
Yeah, I'm watching
The
that.
Old Man. I really like The Old Man.
I'm four
That's
deep on
good.
that. That's all I do is watch
so
TV
that'll
now.
get you through the football season right now.
I know.
You guys don't even need to talk to me for another 4 weeks.
No, we can't go that long without some Luginbill. All right, he's ESPN's Tom Luginbill, at Tom Luginbill on Twitter. See him all season long on ESPN. Thank you very much for the time, Lugs. Have a great week.
Take care, guys. Be good.
All right, buddy. Luke's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. By a show of hands, those surprised Lance is watching a show that involves a serial killer. Nobody?
You didn't ask him about the Netflix documentary. You didn't get the uncomfortable question.
I was about to.
Thank you for rapping, Brown.
Was it gonna be awkward?
Yeah.
No, why was it going to be awkward?
It was just him going like, "What's it about?" There's this guy.
This guy that created a website based on revenge porn.
Yeah, that's going to be uncomfortable. Lance, Precision Sports trying to get all these athletes back in the game.
They are, Brown. Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they want to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you. Make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All right, when we return, more college football and 4 downs coming up here on the next round.
Bama and Bourbon, the mystery fifth hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Thanks to Culver's for feeding us. I just tried for the first time that Wisconsin pub burger, Wisconsin cheese pub burger. And when I opened it, everyone in here, everyone that saw it was like, oh my gosh, just the cheese that's on it. Woo.
What, can you show it?
If you've got a camera in my stomach.
It's already gone?
Oh, yeah. I scarfed that thing down in the break, buddy.
How? I've only got halfway through my double butter burger. But go ahead and do a read or something. I'm going to take another bite.
All right, you're going to take another bite? Well, I got to find a read that belongs to me. Wayne's belongs to me. Smart Pest at Wayne's. Here's what they are trying to do. They're trying to keep your house from getting invaded by rodents, all right? Crawl spaces, attics, the places where you get rodents, they set up 24/7 rodent monitoring. The minute it spots a rodent, it proactively communicates back to Wayne's, who then sends out their people to exterminate the situation. So what happens? You never get infested by rodents. The minute they're there, they're done. Smart Pest is what it's called, and Wayne's, they are family to us, so they consider you family, so they're going to help you save. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Use the code TNR for the next round. You save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service. 866-WAYNES-1 and the code TNR for the next round. $100 off your initial Smart Pest service when you call 866-WAYNES-1. I was thinking when you were asking Luginbill that question, and I'm just going to run through these quarterbacks real quick.
He just sent us the article on the Kurt Warner.
Oh, Luginbill did?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go look that up then. When you look at the Southeastern Conference, because you ask him about those East quarterbacks and how intriguing they are, Stetson Bennett, Will Levis, Hendon Hooker, Spencer Rattler, and Anthony Richardson. There is a lot of intrigue there. I feel like the most known in that is Stetson Bennett. We know what you get from Stetson Bennett.
Well, I think Hendon Hooker, too. So I
so you would give him a known as well.
Yeah, I would go Hendon Hooker, then I would go Stetson.
Right.
And then, the other guys have got the ceilings, obviously. Spencer Rattler was a guy that, was getting the Anthony Richardson hype and Will Levis hype last year. We've seen moments from him. We've seen moments from all three of those guys. We just haven't seen the consistency.
In the West, the deal is you don't know some of the starters, but the starters I think we do know because I think we're sure about Jaden Daniels at LSU. I'm pretty certain about him. I'm pretty certain about Zach Calzada at Auburn. I'll be surprised if anybody other than Calzada is starting at Auburn. A&M, I'm seeing a lot of Haynes King. I thought it was going to be Max Johnson, but I'm seeing a lot of Haynes King now at A&M, so I don't know.
I mean, and it could be the other kid.
Yeah, and the other recruit you're talking about. Yeah. At Ole Miss, I guess it's a race between Luke Altmaier.
I think it will end up being Jackson Dart.
And Jackson Dart. I agree with you. I think it'll be Jackson Dart. But what we would consider knowns in the West, Bryce Young, KJ Jefferson, Will Rogers, I would say Jaden Daniels and Zach Calzada. So you got 5 and 5. Which one's better? It's the West, right? The West is better because of the top end.
Bryce just he weighs everything out.
Yeah, well, I think Bryce and KJ Jefferson. Now Bryce is the better quarterback.
And Will Rogers.
And Will Rogers is.
So you and I are different on that. I would go KJ 3, and I'd go Will Rogers 2.
In the West, yeah. And in the East, would you go Stetson 1 or Hendon Hooker 1?
Hendon Hooker 1.
Yeah, Stetson 2.
Yep.
Will Levis 3.
I think I'd go Spencer Rattler.
Spencer Rattler 3. Boy, he's been so inconsistent. I mean,
then Levis, then Anthony Richardson, and Richardson might end up being the best.
Yeah. Real quick, I'm going to get you to do a read now while I pull something up. Odie's, you guys are going to be out Odie's Wednesday night. Do this because I want to hit on something with South Carolina real quick, but I got to pull it up first. So tell them about Odie's.
Well, I was there actually Saturday night.
Great place to go.
Yeah, live music. Rockstar and Will Haver was on the drums. Really good job.
Oh, I forgot I missed that. How did it go?
It went well, man.
I left right when you guys were rapping, though.
We ended on Bob O'Reilly. It was a loud finish.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know you guys played that.
Neither did we. We just tried it. And so this is a good one to end on.
Right.
You guys played a lot of really good stuff, though.
Thank you,
Rockstar
man.
was solo at first, probably 6-8 songs. Then Will jumped up on stage.
I was the opening act for us, too.
Yeah. Do y'all have a name for your band yet?
No.
Henniger and Haber.
Yeah, you do.
No, I had a bad one, but I had to let it go.
Oh,
let it
come
go.
on.
Let's go the PGs.
Okay.
So anyway, live music on Fridays and Saturdays, great lunches and dinners throughout the week. Wednesday night is Odie's Team Trivia. It's a Birmingham institution. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light, delicious food like that Diablo sandwich. Get in today, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
So over the weekend, you mentioned Spencer Rattler, and I was going to tie all this together with Shane Beamer, a guy we like on this show. They get a commitment from Roebuck, South Carolina, Dorman High School, Marquis Anderson, which, by the way, Marquis, a great name for a big-time player, right?
Yeah.
He is a 4-star, according to On3 and 24/7 Sports, 5th player at his position, and the number 2 player in the state of South Carolina. It is, and he's an offensive tackle, it is considered to be, by the ratings, the biggest recruit in the history of South Carolina football. Now, I found that surprising because of Marcus Lattimore. I thought it would have been Marcus Lattimore. But from what I have read, that this guy ratings-wise and like point value is the biggest signee that they've had. Now, they could be wrong about this because, again, I thought Marcus Lattimore was higher rated than this guy.
Well, I thought George Rogers, too.
Well, and, that was before the rating systems, obviously.
But I'll tell you, you remember Stephen Davis, obviously an Auburn Tiger. He was your National Player of the Year. I think it came down to Auburn or South Carolina.
It did, because he was from Rock Hill, if I'm not mistaken, Rock Hill, South Carolina.
I think they were talking at that time he was going to be the highest ever. Yeah, Jadeveon Clowney. Where was he?
Jadeveon Clowney. Steve Tannehill was very highly regarded, if you remember, coming out of school. So, again, I'm just telling you what I read over the weekend. But that said, he's still a pretty big guy, a top 130 player in America. If Shane Beamer can get this right with Spencer Rattler, and this thing can click, Lance, and I don't know what clicking would do for them. I don't know if it's 7 wins, 8 wins, whatever it is. He's building some momentum on the recruiting trail. You wonder what the ceiling is for this program with him. I mean, South Carolina has historically had a ceiling. There's no doubt about that.
Well, we say that.
But the ceiling at times has been in the SEC championship game.
I mean, Spurrier had
11 wins.
11-win seasons.
But I think that's your ceiling there, probably.
But 11 wins, my gosh. I mean, that gets you in the conversation, especially with an extended playoff.
Yeah.
Last year, 7-6 could have easily been 9-4. Lost a couple of one-possession games late, and they had no good quarterback play.
No, not at all. In fact, they were playing a Division III transfer, a graduate assistant. It was a disaster at quarterback for them.
And Christian Beal-Smith comes in from Wake Forest. You saw moments from him. Is he going to be the next Kenneth Walker? The Wake transfer last year at Michigan State that was such a difference maker for the Spartans. The thing that scares me with South Carolina is that schedule. I mean, out of the West, you get A&M and at Arkansas, and then you've got to close the season at Clemson. I mean, that's pretty brutal.
Yeah, I know. Listen, as long as Dabo's kicking it at Clemson, and Clemson is on that schedule, it's always going to be a very, very difficult finish. There's no doubt about that. And that's why I think, if Beamer can get them 8-4, something like that, it's obviously a huge step in the right direction.
But I think there are 5 bookable wins right now with South Carolina.
Right.
And, going into last season, I had no expectation. I thought it would be, a 2 or 3 win South Carolina team.
Who are their bookable wins? Give me the bookable.
Georgia State.
Okay.
Charlotte. South Carolina State.
All right.
Vanderbilt and Missouri.
Yeah, I think Missouri's bookable, huh?
It's in Columbia. Well,
which Columbia?
The Columbia
Gotcha.
in South Carolina.
Yeah, I'm trying to find Jadeveon Clowney's recruiting profile because that would be the guy I would think you would look at and say, now, wait a minute, this guy.
I mean, Kerry's saying he was the number one recruit in his class.
Yeah. So what I read was incorrect. He was the national number one player.
Okay.
So maybe it was like the highest rated offensive player or something like that. My point was he got a big-time recruit, and it's in his state where you're recruiting head-to-head against Clemson. If he can get the ball rolling, I think I'd be interested to see what he could do there. And Spencer Rattler is the type of guy, because Shane Beamer, he's got a personality, he's got a coach, he's got a name, Lance, or he's got coaching ability, he's got a name. He's the type of guy that if he gets it rolling at South Carolina, he could be an attractive coach at a lot of places. I mean, if he can win some at South Carolina, Shane Beamer could become one of those hot names at a much bigger school.
Well, and, South Carolina to me is not one of these. Ole Miss has become a job that you can kind of look at and say maybe that's a final destination job. Of course, I'm going to contradict myself here because I don't think you can win a national championship at Ole Miss.
I think it'd be very, very hard.
And I really don't think you can at South Carolina.
I don't think you could either.
I mean, Georgia's going nowhere.
Yeah.
Tennessee seems to be getting better.
Mm-hmm.
Florida, we'll see what Billy Napier does, but they have their cycles where it seems like, a coach always wins a national championship or at least is in that mix. So at best, South Carolina's fourth.
Yeah. Kevin has busted me. Brown out there just reading headlines again. I was 100%. Actually, it wasn't even a headline. It was a tweet. Didn't bother to click on the story. Every time I do this, Rockstar, what do I say? I'll be better. I'm going to quit doing it.
I'll do it
And
again
what do I do?
You do it again.
I keep doing it, don't I? Yeah, it's very unfortunate for me. Redmont Vodka, Lance. Tell them about Redmont Vodka, and then we'll come back and do 4 downs.
Redmont Vodka, locally owned and operated. Great product. Make sure you stop into your local package store or ABC stores. Available in 20 states now. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont's made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. Doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled. Available. Your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
In honor of Wisconsin being our 40 and 40 team today, thank you for Culver's bringing us Wisconsin Pub cheeseburgers. They were fantastic. Scarfed it right down.
And cheese curds. Come on.
And cheese curds. Rockstar loves those cheese curds.
Oh, God.
Do you even do burgers?
I do every now and then.
Okay.
Yes, I will do a burger.
The Butterburger's terrific, and those cheese
I saw
curds
you
are out of the
scarf it
world.
down. You didn't offer anybody. So
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, it was one burger. You don't
That's-
want to eat after me.
It's fine.
I might have COVID. I'm sitting behind Dunaway's microphone. Who knows what I've gotten. 4 downs is next, Rockstar.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello folks, my name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to decide to ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, coming up on the show tomorrow at noon, a little guy you may have heard of named Nick Saban. Rockstar, have you been thinking of your question?
I'm working on it. I don't know if
I had a suggestion for you, actually. I'll give it to you after the show.
I had something serious and I've had something comical. Do I keep the hypothetical route where it's just
I just think we've had fun with that over the years, but it's abundantly clear he's not going to answer a hypothetical from you.
He'll never be like, all right, this is the time I'm going to answer
I don't think it is terribly productive to the interviews anymore. As much fun as we've had with it, because he shoots it down every single time.
Every time.
So maybe creative, non-hypothetical.
I thought a good one was the one about probably 4 or 5 years ago. I asked if you had a new coach on your staff, a little young 21-year-old, and you had to teach him, and you find out it's a younger version of you. Would your younger self like your old self, and vice versa? He goes, my younger self probably wouldn't recognize me. I mean, come on, dude. Just something.
Noon tomorrow, Nick Saban. So see what Rockstar asks Nick Saban at noon Central Time tomorrow. Josh Hader going to the Padres as a Dodgers fan in that division. This does what for you, Lance?
Well, look, I mean, last year he was a dominant reliever. He's struggled of late, but, I mean, he's got great stuff. And, you know, it's really going to come down to Juan Soto. I mean, if you can stack that lineup with Machado, Tatis, and then you get a guy like Juan Soto, they become a major, major player. The Dodgers stole Scherzer out from under them last year at the deadline.
Yep. There'll be no stealing Juan Soto.
Yeah.
That's going to be a king's ransom.
A.J. Preller, your general manager for San Diego, is going to be ultra aggressive here. They're 12 back of the Dodgers. They're not going to catch the Dodgers.
But they could get in the playoffs.
But they're going to get in the playoffs, and then they can make some serious noise with the additions of Hader, and if they do get Soto. Soto's going to be fascinating. Might come down to the deadline tomorrow, but we'll see what happens.
Medical Minute Time, LT, from our friends at the Urology
Get it, man.
Urology Centers of Alabama. Right?
There you go. Hey, fellas, have you been feeling more tired than usual? Maybe you're lacking that feeling of drive or motivation to, quote, get the job done, shall we say? Well, you're not alone. Men between 40 and 64 commonly experience low testosterone for a variety of reasons, but luckily our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama are here to help. For those who qualify, the board-certified urologists at UCA can offer an innovative testosterone replacement therapy treatment program that can reduce your fatigue and get you back in your groove. Most men who have experienced this revolutionary treatment claimed an improvement in most cases within 4 to 6 weeks alone, while a noticeable return in muscle mass can take between 3 and 6 months. Gentlemen, contact the UCA Men's Health Center. Ask if testosterone therapy is right for you. Schedule an appointment. Visit UCAMen'sHealthCenter.com or call 205-930-0920 today.
Rusty says, please, Rockstar, all caps. Ask him if he's going to call Jimbo a crybaby bitch at midfield after Bama hangs 40 on him.
Would y'all allow me to ask that?
Well, he'll never come back on the show again. I mean, you can do it.
I don't think Bama's going to stop at 40. If Bama only hangs 40 on Texas A&M, it's probably been an off day. Ask him if he likes the current Weather Channel format.
Too many boxes. Too much information going. Too many chyrons.
Well, I haven't watched the Weather Channel in forever.
How about this? If Liv offered you $50 million, that's another hypothetical.
No more ifs. No ifs.
No ifs. If it starts with an if, that's a hypothetical. Yeah. So Nick Saban on noon tomorrow. Rockstar's still working through those questions. What? Did you get a good one?
Well, no, I'm just interesting topics we could bring up.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do 4 Downs, presented each day by Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Hey, 4 great locations. 5th location coming really, really soon to Pell City. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. Stop in or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, who gets to a college football playoff first? The combination of, I'll give you 3 teams in the SEC West.
3 teams, all right?
Mississippi State, Ole Miss, and Arkansas.
Or?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, because it's an easier path to their conference championship game, and then you're just in a one-game catch lightning in a bottle scenario.
2017, 12-0, they had the one-game situation.
Yeah, and for those other teams, it's just a brutal path just to get to their conference championship game, which they would have to do bare minimum to get in a college football playoff. I mean, Arkansas has not done it forever. State and Ole Miss, State hasn't done it forever, and Ole Miss has never done it. So I would go Wisconsin there.
Second down.
Head coach first, Jim Leonhard or Pete Golding?
Well, it's a tough one right there because Pete Golding is coming from the Nick Saban tree, and people are trying to harvest that tree all the time.
Jim Leonhard, not that this matters, but just what he could do recruiting-wise, I think. This is a guy that was
I love this
successful
guy.
college player at Wisconsin, successful in the NFL with the Jets. Now he's going into year 6 as a defensive coordinator. His defenses have been lights out. I think it's going to be Jim Leonhard.
Like, if I ask you, more likely Jim Leonhard gets a head coaching job for Wisconsin or gets a bigger coordinator job from Wisconsin first, which one do you think it would be?
Head coach.
Because I could see, assume Pete Golding got another job. Could you see Nick Saban hiring a Jim Leonhard type, you know? Yeah. Or DJ Durkin gets a job from Texas A&M. Jimbo Fisher goes and hires a Jim Leonhard. I could see him getting one of those type jobs.
I just don't know, though. I think, they still can pay him $1 million. Money's not an option for him, not a big deal, I wouldn't think, for Jim Leonhard right now with all of the benefits and the money he made in the NFL. I think he's loyal to his alma mater, so I think it would take a head job to get him away.
Probably so. I think I'll go Jim Leonhard before Pete Golding, and I think it could be this year.
Third down.
More wins this year, Wisconsin or the Denver Broncos?
Is there a common tie between those two?
There's really not. There's really not. I was going to say Wisconsin or Green Bay, but it was going to be too easy, right?
Feels like 10-10 right here. Yeah, that would be too easy. I'd go Green Bay.
I think it's 9 Wisconsin. I think it's like 9-9.
9-9, 10-10, somewhere in there. I think I'll go Denver in this one. I'll go with the Broncos.
I think I would lean Denver, too.
Yep.
Fourth down.
A couple of celebrity birthdays. Jason Momoa is 43 today. Coolio is 59. Better career, Coolio or Jason Momoa?
Are you serious?
Rockstar, are you serious with this question?
I mean, Coolio had 2 number 1 hits.
I'm not a fan, but Jason Momoa is what? Aquaman, Dune, all that's like, and then
I think I go Jason Momoa.
Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
He's got that show C.
I mean, Coolio's two biggest songs are his two hits are what?
Gangsta's
Paradise.
I gotta check
Fantastic
this up.
Voyage.
But
Gangsta's Paradise was huge.
It's massive.
It was, but I mean, not that this matters. Let's just say Weird Al.
They said thanks to Weird Al.
Oh
no, never
no.
mind. Poor guy. You know what his net worth is?
Coolio?
$2 million.
How much?
500,000.
Yeah.
Oof.
Aquaman talks to the fishes.
Is Gangsta's Paradise no more for Coolio's part or for the Reverend's part that sang the hook?
And the Reverend's dead, by the way.
He is? But which one do you think is more known for?
Whenever I play it like at Odie's, people are singing the verse along with the lyric of the chorus. So it's Coolio's song.
Oh, no. I would never try to
and
take
it
away
was
from
copied off what? The beat and the rhythm was taken from what song?
I don't know.
It's a Stevie Wonder song. I can't remember the name of it. But it's a.
I think I'll go Jason Momoa here.
I mean, I'm
money wise.
now.
Obviously, money wise, he's going to blow it away.
He's worth $14 million.
Yeah, he's going to blow it away.
And he's with Lisa Bonet, isn't he? Or
I
was?
think they broke up. I think they did.
That is 4 Downs, presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
He said, "It's not you, it's me." What he said. 4 locations, soon to be a 5th location coming to Pell City. Great guys, locally owned and operated. Anything you need, bumper to bumper. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
That is 4 Downs. We appreciate Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Ask him if he'd ever consider wearing white helmets. Alabama does not need to change uniforms. I know the white helmets are part of the past. Alabama's uniform is classic.
Can you just promise me you'll do it one game this season? You don't tell me which one.
Traditional. Classic uniform.
No, ask him.
Never change that uniform.
Ask him if he's thought about wearing a houndstooth hat in one game.
How incredible would that be?
The Sports Illustrated cover, if the hat fits.
Wait, what do you think he would say?
How incredible would it be, though, if Nick Saban just strolled out of the locker room unannounced wearing a houndstooth hat?
You'd have old ladies fainting.
Drinking those Bear Bryant Cokes.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Giving me the vapors.
It's giving me the vapors. Kevin says Brown definitely sounds like he's from Sax when he says Gangsta's Paradise.
Gangster's Paradise.
I didn't say it that way.
I don't know.
I said Gangsta's Paradise. A lot coming up later on. I'm interested in the Thursday night lock. You're going to have one on the Hall of Fame game. It's going to be baseball tonight.
Yes. Okay. It's going to be baseball tonight. We've got 2 plays. We had a winner yesterday, 6-1 in our last 7 free locks. So
that's a heater is what that is, Lance. Lance'sLock.com and at the Lance Taylor is where you'll find the lock tonight. Is presented each day by Hemp Hill Services. If it is not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster has struck. You need to call Adam and Chad and the team at Hemp Hill Services. That's who we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 205-229-2090. The lock coming up later on tonight. We wrap the show after this.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com. Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the next round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks in the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. All right, as we wrap up the next round today, a couple things. Tomorrow's show, obviously, Clay Travis with us at 10, Nick Saban at 12 Central Time. Texas is our team tomorrow, right? Am I right about that? I think Texas is who we got tomorrow.
Tomorrow is Texas.
Yeah, see, we'll probably have Chip Brown on then, right?
Yeah.
Chip loves to come on and talk a little Texas with us. So we'll do all of that on the show tomorrow. One more thing before we get out of here, though, but I do want to remind you about Champions Boxing. Right there on the corner of 119 Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. It is a great place for mental and physical training. You're training mind and body at the same time with a great sport of boxing. 6 USA Boxing certified trainers and a USA certified gym. Great way to stay active for all ages 7 and up. It is a great way to stay active and get exercise. Rockstar, do you know what it is not, though?
I've heard it's not a fight club.
It is
Can you
not a
clarify
fight
that
club.
for me?
It is not a fight
Okay.
club. See more on the Facebook page, Champions Boxing AL, Champions Boxing AL, not a fight club. A place to train your mind and body is Champions Boxing. I am fascinated we were talking with Luginbill about Jeff Lebby. I was just talking with you about Jim Leonard, Pete Golden, guys like that. Some of these assistant coaches, that this will be the year they cash in on that head coaching job. I do think Lebby's an interesting one to watch because of his connection with Lane Kiffin. And Luginbill brought it up. I don't know what he'll do at Oklahoma, but everywhere the guy's been, their offense has been really, really good. Now, Jeff Lebby, I think, can be...
Well, and much more on the radar. This sounds weird coming from Ole Miss to Oklahoma now because Oklahoma is a national brand. Ole Miss, obviously, a better conference.
Yeah. But you know it's his show at Oklahoma. Everybody thought it was Lane Kiffin's show at Ole Miss.
Yeah, and if Dylan Gabriel plays like he played before the injury at Central Florida,
Look out.
That kid is he is really, really, he's a borderline great quarterback.
Yeah. So I think Jeff Lebby can be a very marketable name. You brought up Jim Leonhard. I don't know what type of job Jim Leonhard would get. I mean, if he stayed right there in the Big Ten, I was trying to think in the break of jobs that could come open in the Big Ten.
I mean, how about this? So you had a former Iowa player that became a Wisconsin head coach in Brett Bielema. Kirk Ferentz is going to retire sooner than later.
At some point, yeah. And there's a lot of people. When Kirk Ferentz is at the Big Ten Media Days last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever that was, saying he doesn't know about the direction of college football and he's frustrated about the direction of college football, that sounds like a guy that could retire soon.
Yeah.
Especially at his age and his level of accomplishment.
Yeah, and I'm thinking in other division, Mel Tucker seems to be safe now with the collective they've got behind him.
I don't think there's much doubt about that.
Michigan.
I mean, Harbaugh's fine. Ryan Day's not going anywhere. I think the Maryland job could come open. I don't know how appealing that would be to Jim Leonhard.
Penn
it's
State,
a tough job.
If Franklin,
if he left,
has another 7-5.
PJ Fleck is an interesting name that has lost a little bit of steam, and it's weird because I think he's done a pretty good job at Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, in 2019, 11 wins. Last year, 9 wins.
Yeah,
he's done a really good job there.
Yeah, but he's lost a little bit of steam. So I don't know. A guy like Jim Leonhard is a fascinating guy to watch and see just how attractive he is. I am watching for Jeff Lebby, though. I'm interested in seeing that guy get a head coaching job.
Yeah. Hey, people in the chat room just don't want Saban coming back on the show, do they?
Really? I mean, some of the questions, yeah.
What makes you say that?
Robert says, I'm behind in the stream. Can Rockstar ask Saban how much he'd pay for 3 inches from LT? Lance was selling his height.
Yeah, let's get some context.
Those are the inches Lance was selling. He's selling his height to guys that could play in the NBA.
That is a hypothetical, though.
Yeah, it is a hypothetical. Not doing the hypothetical.
What about this one? If Bryce was 3 inches taller, do you think he could end up being one of the best quarterbacks in the history of the game?
I mean, my answer to that would
still could be it.
That would be he could be 3 inches shorter, and if he plays the way he's playing right now, he's going to end up being one of the best in the history of the game.
I got one. If Bryce and you both get on a seesaw, which side hits the ground first?
That was nice talking to you guys.
Be over in a hurry.
Is that the first question tomorrow?
If you missed it earlier, Daniel Jeremiah describes Bryce Young as Aaron Rodgers that you left in the dryer a little too long. One of the greatest player comparisons I've ever heard. All right, that is what's on the show tomorrow. Clay Travis, the Texas Longhorns, and Alabama head coach Nick Saban. That has been the show today. We thank you for joining us on the next round. Have a great afternoon. We'll see you 9 a.m. on Tuesday. Don't forget to subscribe on YouTube. Set those alerts so you know when we're live. Subscribe on YouTube so you can see Charles Barkley talk to LT in a last call. We'll see you tomorrow in the next round.